Okay, so hello everyone. Welcome to World Leader Summit once again. This is day two of World Leader Summit, and this is the fifth Mega Summit edition. We started in 2019, and that was just before COVID. And we started with around 90 plus countries in one common platform coming together, sharing the good vibration and try to do some cool business with each other. We encourage 25 different team in World Leader Summit. We call them as a pillar of World Leader Summit. So there is a council members in WLS forum. So we have a membership service. We have a structure wherein we float this as a complete council for doing lot many things. Media entertainment, AI data, metaverse, of course, VR, humanity, women empowerment, education, several different kind of themes are there, and there are chairperson who are leading it. Now, proudly, I can say we are around 101 countries network. And each and every country that we have chapter ambassadors and we have council chairperson. We call them as chairperson because they are leading the entire thing on behalf of our council. So what all we have our own VC fund. We have our own business accelerator. The name is called Co-Innovate Ventures. And along with that, we have the mother company. So I am a serial entrepreneur. I started in 98 with a company name called Virtual Infocom. We are into several different technological business. So we have two different modes of doing business. One is we have our own product. Second one is we work with the clients. Third one that we started with the acceleration program is that we are supporting the startups with our technology so that they don't need to pump in a lot of money. With the exchange of equity, we usually make things happen. So that's how the entire thing started. That's how we felt that we should do some good things together. And then eventually, while running the accelerator, while running the incubation programs, being part with several different universities, multiple different business chambers, chapters, personally, I felt that this is the right time that we should bring the entire network coming to a common platform altogether. And that's what we did. 2019 till 2024, we did multiple different summits. WLS as a ecosystem, as a structure, as a summit. We have monthly program wherein we have leadership talk. Each and every leader, they usually shared about their company and their solution, and there are others, which is more of like B2B. Then we have startup pitch, people who are startups. They have started their journey, less than 5 years old. They usually talk about their business and willing to raise capital. We put them in front of the investors. We call it as an investor roundtable. So here we are. This is the summit, the biggest one. Each and every year, we celebrate online and physical, both. So November is the time for online. December, we do physical. Last year, we did that in Dubai. This year, it's going to happen in India. But then let me welcome all of you, all the speakers. This is a speaker-only panel. And all the audience, they are there in the social media. Feel free to ask questions just like you did yesterday. Amazing interaction happened. So with due note, let me start today's World Leader Summit with a very interesting person. I met him in person in Dubai, and then I heard about his business. Amazing, great tech guy, and of course, a great humanitarian. So let me welcome Alain. Is logging in the early morning. It's about 7 o'clock. So I'll keep myself shut and put my mic in mute so that I can have Alan and his wisdom. 15 minutes sharp. Alan, over to you.
Thank you so much, and thank you everybody for having me. I am very excited to present this quick presentation on future-proofing the planet, innovative strategies for global impact. Little quick introduction about myself. My purpose is to inspire and educate leaders like you to think and act in a socially, economically, and environmentally responsible way. The companies that I represent today are Unlimited Awesome, a new education platform merging education with innovation to unlock the full potential of humanity. Think of it like education meets Y Combinator for the world's ideas. I also represent a company called Metaverse, 3D creation for the spatial web. Think of it like Canva for immersive experiences. We're also building clean nuclear-powered data centers here in Canada in order to power all of the needs. We'll get into why this is important in part of this presentation. I'm also working on a book with two other authors called 2030, 5 Decades of Transformation in Only 5 Years. And that book will be available in January 2025. So, quick agenda. We're going to talk about UN sustainability goals, how to save the world for only $10 trillion, some technologies that we can use to solve these world problems, metaverse, blockchain, and AI, and ethics and regulatory considerations. And then the last, I'm going to finish off with just some quick personal tips and tricks that you can do to prepare yourself for a better world. So, if you don't know, the UN has named 17 sustainability development goals, and they are no poverty, zero hunger, good health and well-being, quality education, gender equality, clean water and sanitation, affordable and clean energy, decent work and economic growth, industry, innovation and infrastructure, reduced inequalities, sustainable cities and communities, responsible consumption and production, climate action, life below water, life on land, peace, justice, and strong institutions, and partnership for all of these goals in aggregate. So there's a book called How to Save the World for Just $1 Trillion. And it turns out there's 10 things that he looks at in this book. So it actually ends up being $10 trillion. Each one of them is $1 trillion. But if we were to take 1/10, one hundredth of our global GDP each year for the next 10 years, we should be able to solve poverty, education, health, climate, biodiversity, space exploration, scientific research, renewable energy, carbon capture, and disease eradication rather. The other thing we can do is if we just took a percentage of the money spent on war and death to solve these problems, we'd be in a much better position. So how are you planning to survive the next wave of climate change? We're already seeing these flash floods. This was just this week in Spain, where cars were being whisked away. They saw more than 1 year's annual rainfall in just a few hours. And this is not just happening one place, this is happening all over the world. And so what are we going to do to prepare and future-proof our planet? Our infrastructure was never designed for a planet at +2 or +3 degrees Celsius higher, warmer than it was before. Poverty and wealth inequality is a massive problem right now. And one of the biggest issues that we're seeing is that, while less people are living in poverty, we're starting to see wealth inequality like we've never seen in human history before. So a lot more people are in the world. So we're crossed over the 8 billion person mark. But a lot of those people are not living in poverty anymore, but it's still not a lot. Poverty is defined as living on $1.90 USD per day. Do you think you could live on $1.90 per day? The other thing is with, some of the world's population, 10% of the world's population owns 76% of the world's wealth, takes in 52% of the income, and accounts for 47% of all global carbon emissions. So we got to work on that. The top 10% use half the world's carbon emissions. The global income distribution looks like this, with the 0.1% earning the most money, more than the bottom half of humanity, to be honest. And so another thing that we have to look at is water consumption and energy consumption. So if you look at, ChatGPT uses a ton of water, but nothing close to how much hamburger meat uses, or actually beef. Beef uses an enormous amount of water because the water is used to grow crops. The crops are used to feed the cows. The cows then are used to feed us. So this is also a big cause of deforestation in the world.
By one estimate, 65% of grade 1 children will end up working in jobs that don't yet exist. And yet, in an age of instant information, we are still teaching our children in the same classrooms we did 100 years ago. Here are classrooms in America, India, China, Canada. Hasn't changed in 100 years. And if you don't believe me, here's a classroom from the 1800s. It's basically a one-size-fits-all system. Every student takes the same classes, takes the same tests. They're all graded the same way. We have literally created an assembly line from kindergarten right through to university. So how then do we create a system that enables creativity while reinforcing the success mindsets at a global scale?
So let's talk about some technologies that we can use now, right now, to solve some of these world challenges. The metaverse. Everybody talks about the metaverse as all these things. It's really just the internet in 3D. So the internet in 3D by 2030, the metaverse market is expected to reach about $1 trillion. The metaverse economy could generate 5 trillion in impact. It's expected to have 1.5 billion users, and approximately 50% of all websites will utilize 3D technology. So what can we do with it? Of course, gaming and entertainment is the number one thing. Virtual collaboration, meeting people from anywhere in the world where they are on any device. Education and training, being able to take complex reskilling modules, PDFs, videos, training, in-person training, and use three-dimensional training and virtual reality to train people much faster and more efficiently. Retail and e-commerce, we can take retail and put it online so that people can have like a Roblox for retail. Healthcare, being able to train surgeons on how to use technology, how to do surgery. I'd rather have them test on this than my leg. This is really cool. This is me in a telepresence robot from 12 feet away. I'm able to reach in, grab a ball, hold the ball. Before that, took a knife and cut open the box. This is all done completely telerobotically using 5G technology. Digital twins, we're able to build digital twins of entire factories. This is an airport in Vancouver. And the idea is that you can run scenario planning, you can run ingress and egress planning, all of it all done simulated. And you can run billions of simulations using compute power. So let's talk about blockchain and Web3, the decentralized distributed digital ledger that records transactions across peer-to-peer networks. So the key to blockchain is transparency, because really underneath the surface, you want to know that businesses and organizations are doing what they say they're doing. And this is a way to double check that. So blockchain and Web3 by 2030 will reach about a $400 billion market. There'll be 1 billion cryptocurrency users. It could add 3 trillion to the global economy by 2030, and blockchain will seamlessly work across IoT, AI, and XR. So some of the use cases are DeFi, decentralized finance, decentralized autonomous organizations, or DAOs, being able to have organizations that come together electronically, smart contracts, loyalty programs, and voting systems, academic credential verification, authentication and identity verification. So knowing that a person is who they say they are. This is a iris scanner called the WorldCoin. Intellectual property rights and royalties management, making sure the people who make the content get paid for it. And of course, supply chain transparency. Do you want to know where your food comes from? Do you want to make sure that it's not your products and services are not exploiting child labor? AI is the number one tool that we have at our disposal right now, and all it is a simulation of human processes by computer systems. So by 2030, listen to this, data centers will consume 10 to 12% of the world's power. Right now, it's about 3%. Algorithms will be 1 million times more powerful than GPT-4. Remote workers in the gig economy will be the largest percentage of the workforce. But 400 to 800 million jobs will be lost to automation. It's not to say there won't be more jobs created. We just don't know what they will be. And how do you prepare people for jobs that we don't even know exist yet? AI will create $15 trillion by 2030, roughly the equivalent of the GDP of China or India. And the use cases include, science and health. So protein folding, being able to do this at a much faster scale. Automated customer service, programming and coding. This is a program called Cursor that allows you to start coding and it fills in the blanks, almost like when you're typing an email and it auto-populates that. It does that for code. And roughly 50% of all code that is committed to GitHub right now is AI generated as of today in November 2024. Autonomous transport, being able to get people around. This will decrease traffic, but also allow people to get there faster. And we're going to be looking at electric transport, and it's going to be autonomous. Agriculture, being able to use things like this. This is a computer vision algorithm that uses lasers to eliminate weeds. This reduces the amount of pesticides required and increases the crop yields. Education and training using AI. So our Unlimited Awesome program will use AI mentors to prepare students for what's to come, and they can ask this mentor anything they want. It will be their mentor forever. Now, there are some ethical issues and things we have to pay attention to, especially we have a very important election coming up in America. And, I just put this in here to just kind of make fun of a little light of what's going on in America right now, because it's getting crazy and we're starting to see even these tools be used in nefarious ways. So we have to maintain ethics, make sure we mark AI as AI created, and let's leverage these tools for the betterment of humanity, not the other way around. The other thing to consider is regulatory concerns. In China, the EU, and America, they all have different regulatory considerations, so you make sure that you're on the right side of the laws. So, last thing I have to share with you is personal tips and tricks in order to maintain a positive mindset and future-proof yourself for the coming amazing world that we live in with all this technology, but it's not without its challenges. First thing I can say is turn off all your notification on all your devices. There's nothing worse than having a conversation with somebody and they're looking at their wristwatch or picking up their phone. You don't need the notifications on. You will check your phone anyway, and it is liberating not to have all those beeps and things pop up on your screen. Create a family safe word. With the advent of deepfakes and the ability for people to spoof your voice, you don't want your kids calling you saying, "Dad, send me some money." And then you send them the money and it's a fraudster. So create a family safe word, go out into a field with no electronics on you, commit the safe word to memory, and then use it if there's ever an emergency. Embrace AI as your new unlimited assistant. Here's a pro tip. When you prompt it, give it context of who it is and what its goal is, and ask it to do whatever it is you want to do in real language. And the last thing I want to say is practice gratitude daily. What are you grateful for today? I am grateful for Arijit and all the team at World Leaders Summit for having me on today. I'm really grateful for that. Thank you, and have a wonderful day.
Ladies and gentlemen, what gives me tremendous confidence in the future is the fact that we are now more empowered as individuals to take on the grand challenges of this planet. We have the tools with this exponential technology. We have the passion of the DIY innovator. We have the capital of the techno-philanthropist. And we have 3 billion new minds coming online to work with us, to solve the grand challenges, to do that which we must do. We are living into an extraordinary decades ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everybody. My name is Alan Smithson. Have a wonderful day. Cheers.
Thank you so much, Alan, for your beautiful presentation. If you can kindly, yes, for a good picture coming all the way from Canada. Alan spoke beautifully. Now, from Canada, we will shift to another country, and the country is in the western part of Africa. And guess what? We have got the ambassador of that country, Liberia. If you're there, I can see that your video is turned on. Sheikh Mustafa, if you can kindly turn on your microphone. Hello, welcome to World Summit.
Thank you very much. I'm very pleased to be on this great platform. And let me extend my warmest greetings to all of those who are on this platform today and those who are following. I'm Sheikh Al-Mustafa Kouyaté, former presidential candidate, 2023 presidential election in Liberia, and Ambassador Lige to the Office of President of Liberia. And I'm very honored today to share with you the good news for my country. Liberia by nomenclature, when it is defined, it means the land of liberty. A country that got its independence in 1847, that became a hub for freedom, for justice, for former slaves, a nation that was discovered by the African American Colonization Society in 1822, where former slaves were brought and they were given freedom. And later on, it was turned to a sovereign state on the 26th day of July, 1847. Liberia is bordered with Sierra Leone, La Côte d'Ivoire, Guinea-Conakry, and the Atlantic Ocean. We have fertile soil for agriculture. We have beautiful lakes, rivers everywhere in Liberia. We have 6 months rainfall, 6 months dry season. We have all set of minerals, gold, diamond, iron ore. In the 50s, 60s, we're one of the major producers of agriculture products. Singapore, Japan, and other countries sent experts in Liberia to learn how we were managing how we're feeding ourselves. And then in 1987, December 24, we had civil crisis that disrupted our progress, that provided our setback. But we are grateful that today we have managed, despite the difficulties, despite the conflicts in our country for 13 unbroken years, we have been able to transition democratically by electing the first female president in 2005, Madam Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, who led the country up to 2017. And after 2017, we had another election where we elected an athlete, a football star, George Weah, who became our 25th president, who served up for 6 years, because this presidential term in this country is 6 years, who served for 6 years. In 2023, we had an election where His Excellency Joseph Newman Boakai Sr., the president of Liberia, was elected. But the good news is that our president of Liberia, he came with a clear agenda, the agenda to move our country forward. And the agenda, when acronized, it is pronounced or called ARREST, A-R-R-E-S-T. The A stands for agriculture. He believes that to have a country to succeed, there's a need that we have an agenda to arrest poverty, hunger. And in order to arrest hunger, when you hide the foundation for fruition, that is having good soil for agriculture, that is having over 65% of a population young people, that is a great impact, great opportunity for any country to move forward. So our president, His Excellency's first agenda is agriculture. So in the agriculture sector, the president believes that no nation can progress when you cannot provide what you consume. And having the opportunities and having all of the potentiality, where we have good land, you have good human resource. So his focus is to see how can we feed ourselves. Currently, Liberia is importing 95% of what is consumed. Our major food in this country is rice, mostly imported from India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Vietnam, and other countries around the world. Our president is looking forward that in the next 6 years, he has 6 years now, first term. In the next 6 years, he's focused to see how Liberia can become self-sustainable, where we can encourage partners, whether local partners, international partners, to come invest in agriculture sector, where we'll be able to provide them some incentives in order to ensure that we have rice meal plants installed in Liberia. He looks forward to having 6 rice mills in Liberia, major rice mills in Liberia, or even more, to ensure that we can support the farmers, and the farmers in return will be able to sell their crops to those manufacturers or those people with the processing companies. So that is the agenda for the agriculture. You also look forward to see how we can also become major producer of cocoa. And we also, before the conflict in 1970, we were producing sugar. Liberia has an area called Maryland. Maryland was the area where had sugar factory. One of our presidents to be named, His Excellency, the late President William R. Tubman, industrialized Liberia. That's up to present in Monrovia. There are some community in Monrovia, the capital city, are referred to as zinc factory. Even though we do not have zinc factory there, we have some places called aluminum factory. So there was actually structure to ensure that Liberia become an industrial zone, being the first African country that got independent in 1847, so that we could be helpful to other countries around the world. Our president's second agenda, when is the first arrow to arrest, so A, is rules. He believed that to have agriculture being successful, you must have rural connectivity. There must be rural from farm to city. So he's focused on he's looking forward to investors, whether local international partners that will come to Liberia to contribute to our growth and development, where we can have people who will invest in the infrastructure sector in our country, to build roads for our country, to build housing units for our people. And these projects are not free. There are fundings for them, or there are also conditions for repayment, when projects of such are implemented. The third on the president's agenda is rule of law. He said every government must be governed by the Constitution. So he made emphasis that his government will ensure to protect those who come to invest and to protect those who are here. So rule of law has become a serious agenda for the president, believing that democracy can only be defined by civility, and the civility can be defined by peace, and unity among the people. So our president is prioritizing justice for everyone, not just Liberians. Whoever that has interest in investing in Liberia, that person will be protected. And that any country that has relationship with Liberia, that country or individual interest will also be protected. Fourth on the agenda is education. Education, the E represents two words, two letters. One of the first, the E represents two words. The first word is education. Our president believes that no nation can progress in ignorance. So the right is to erase ignorance, to ensure that we promote and provide quality education for the citizenry of our country, Liberia. That we are looking forward to partners, whether local or international partners, to invest in education sectors where we can have our young generation being trained and educated in academics, through academic education, through vocational education, through technical education, and also through technological education. This is the agenda of a president in terms of education, and he also represents energy. The president believes that to realize the processing of rice, to have other things to be done for the industrialization of our country to move forward, we need energy. Liberian government has an agenda to ensure that every house in this country has a light, that every citizen in this country will have access to light, will have access to electricity and running water. And furthermore, on the agenda is S. The S stands for sanitation. Our president believes that if you cannot have a good country, if you don't arrest illness. So he believes that hygiene and other things can be combated through sanitation, and sanitation includes healthcare. Our president, His Excellency, believes that no nation can progress in the absence of providing healthcare for your people. So he prioritizes healthcare as something very important for the forward march of Liberia, for the dignity of Liberian people, for the protection and upliftment of the sovereignty of our country, Liberia. Sixth on the agenda is tourism. Liberia having the beautiful landscape, having the Atlantic Ocean on the other side of the country, having rivers, lakes, and the beautiful islands, almost everywhere having waterfall. In fact, there's a river, there's a place in Liberia called the Blue Lake. It's a lake, the water is totally blue. We have that. So the president, His Excellency, is encouraging international partners and local partners working hand to see how we can utilize the tourism sector by investing here. Liberia does not have more than 10 major hotels in this country. In fact, we don't have most international or standard hotels in Liberia. To my knowledge, we do not have any for now. So our president, His Excellency, is opening the door of Liberia to investors who have interest in investing in tourism and investing in agriculture, investing in investing in rural infrastructure, investing in education and energy, and also investing in sanitation and tourism. These are the investments our president says that he's prepared personally to meet with anyone who has an agenda, who has a solution to make our country to move forward. Interestingly, His Excellency Joseph Numa Boakai probably have not introduced him to you. He's one of the presidents in Africa who is not looking forward to the next election, but looking forward for the next generation. He always said to us that work with him that if you are thinking about next election, you will not have the agenda implemented. If you are thinking about the next position, the agenda arrest will not be executed. But if you are thinking about the next generation, the arrest agenda can succeed, and the arrest agenda can arrest hunger, it can arrest violence, it can arrest illiteracy, it can arrest, all type of disadvantages that will bring our country backward. So, to my fellow colleagues who are on this platform, and those of you who are listening to us, we understand that there are challenges that include climate change globally. We understand that there are challenges that involve the issue of civil crisis or instability in places like Gaza, in places like Israel, in Ukraine, in Russia, in Lebanon, in other parts of the world, including Africa, in the Congo-Kinshasa, in Burkina Faso, in Mali, in Niger, in Somalia, in Sudan, and other places. There are conflicts everywhere, and recently there were issues of climate change caused serious damage in some part of Spain, in Valencia, likewise places in Africa. So I'm using this platform to see how we can work together as one people, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, so that we can see ourselves more as human beings, more as mankind, than seeing ourselves or defining ourselves by race, or defining ourselves by continent, or defining ourselves by country. I am a student who went to Christian schools despite me being a Muslim, but throughout the time I went to Christian schools, I never read anywhere indicated in the Bible where mankind was defined by race. There's nowhere in the Bible where did I read that human beings should hate one another. There's nowhere on this planet where I read even from the Torah, because Torah also includes the Bible. The Old Testament is what we call Torah. There's nothing mentioned in Torah where we should execute our fellow men, we should destroy our community, we should destroy people. There's nothing like that. There's no paragraph, no verse in the Torah, in the Quran, in the Bible that promote division, that promote hate, that promote violence. All that is indicated in these books and other books are mentioned is peace, love, unity, and prosperity. I'm using this platform to call on us all. Now let us work together. Let us see ourselves more as human beings than define ourselves by continent. There's no continent in the Bible. There's no continent in the Torah. There's no continent in the Quran. There's no continent even in the Hebrew book. All that is there is mankind. When we are working together collectively, our problems can be solved and our differences can be resolved. And I can tell you, we have no place in this place on this planet, and we will all be united, and we will begin to protect one another and become our own brothers and sisters keeper. Thank you so much.
Brilliant. Excellent. Well, I met him in person, and to be very honest, it's a beautiful country. Probably many of you have seen my email. Before I go into this description, let me pull up a couple of questions, because there are comments and questions. I think Alan left, but then there was a comment for Alan. Maybe when he is back, he's from Canada, it's early morning. He can answer that in social media. But a direct question to the ambassador. Robert, he's from Europe. He's asking you a question from social media comment. He is into golds and diamonds market, and he runs a pretty large, sizable business over there. So he will be happy to know how he can do business in Liberia. And he commented, or he shared info about the same earlier. Can you please share what will be the details, maybe in the email? So that's the comment that came from Robert Lafore. Yeah. If you can kindly answer that.
In Liberia, there is no law that bind non-Liberians for investing in Liberia. The difference between a Liberian and a non-Liberian having a business in Liberia is just the fees. When a Liberian is registering the company, it's around $100 United States dollars. When it is a foreign company, what is paid to the government is around $900, which exclude the legal fees. So it depends on the negotiation with the lawyer who the notary who do the processing of your legal documents to have it registered. Liberia does not restrict any body, any institution to include Liberians in your company. When you want to open a company in Liberia, you can have 100% non-Liberian ownership. And Liberia does not have any policy that when you come to Liberia, that the general manager must be a Liberian or the CEO must be a Liberian. No, we have no law of such. Our government protects investors who come to this country, and the president we have the General Auditing Committee, we have the Liberia Anti-Corruption Commission, and the president has instituted all these institutions that any government official that requests bribe, that request commission or percentage from anybody to have your company registered in Liberia or to have your project executed in Liberia, that person should be reported to the president. And I'm not a politician, even though I represent a political party, Liberia First Movement. I ran as a presidential candidate, but I'm known as an activist against corruption, against bad governance, and my contacts can be shared. Whoever that have had experience in Liberia, with someone requesting money from you to establish in Liberia, with someone requesting bribe from you to have business in Liberia, please contact me. And when you contact me, I will definitely ensure that you meet with His Excellency President Joseph Numa Boubacar, who does not compromise when it comes to corruption, who does not compromise when it comes to bad governance, who does not compromise when it comes to injustice.
Thank you so much. There are other comments as well. A lady from Singapore. I can see her profile. She's an ex-actress, probably started her own movie business, willing to understand how they can start movie business in the country. So a brief answer would be great. And then we'll move to our next speaker. I have got 4 more questions, but with the time sake, I have to shift to other speaker. This question, the last one, if you can address, if someone wants to do a movie making business in your country, what will be the process if there is any structure?
It's not difficult. We can introduce them to the Ministry of Information and Tourism. That's the government responsible. We also hire the private sectors called Liberia Movie Union. And I can also connect them with that group, and I'm sure that they can do a lot here. Liberia is open to everyone.
Yeah, super. So people, to be very honest, we have a large database of 101 countries. We have been sending email. Once I met the ambassador in Dubai, and then I traveled specifically to Abu Dhabi just to meet their embassy. And for everyone, I can declare this to almost the entire globe. I'll be traveling personally to the country, probably in December, willing to explore and see what things can be done together. So open invitation. There is a multiple email blast that actually went to many of you who are willing to do business jointly with our accelerator, with our fund, and jointly with the royal family. I'm deeply connected with them. I'm their innovation and investment director. So definitely we are open, and we are honored and happy to have him with us with a single ping. He said yesterday that, Arijit, I want to speak, I want to come, and I want to share information. You can see the openness. You can see how beautiful the country is. Probably you can search in internet. If not, feel free to connect me. Feel free to connect him in social media. We'll be more than happy to explore the opportunity to invest in Liberia and maybe to take a business delegation over there sequentially. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Now it's time to move from Liberia to Korea. And I met an energetic lady over there coming from the background which I represent, which is metaverse, virtual reality, and game development. Nora, I know that you are here. If you can kindly turn on your microphone. You're there, I can see. And can you please turn on your microphone? We can't hear you. Yes.
Okay.
Super. So Nora, don't worry. Nora hesitates that she is not very good in English. So what will happen? Just be with yourself. Talk from your heart. Don't worry about English. English is just a 26 letters language. We have more languages like Arabic. We have Hindi. We have Zulu. We have several different languages. And personally, I love Korea. You know that. So stage is yours.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's my first time. I thought it was a verbal announcement. Hello, my name is Kyungnan from Picos, Korea in South Korea. I'm very happy to have the opportunity to speak today on the topic of Metaverse talent development global business opportunity. The Metaverse is more than just a virtual world. It is a new stage where digital and physical reality merge to create a business and a life opportunity. Just a moment. Today, we have an environment where anyone can easily access the Metaverse such a variety of open source tools and platforms. This allows more people integrate their business into the Metaverse and create a new digital ecosystem on this evolving digital earth. To support this, we have developed the Metaverse Caster Talent Development Program. The program aims to train professionals who are knowledgeable about the Metaverse platform uses, device operation, and more, enabling them to apply this knowledge to real-world usage scenario. In particular, our global Metaverse Caster allowed anyone to trans time and the space to expand and promote their current career. Additionally, our global certification system aims to enhance employment opportunity by providing framework for safe and secure career development. One of the greatest strengths of the Metaverse is that it provides open opportunity for anyone to participate. It allows individuals to connecting with others regarding of time or location and seek new opportunity by collaborating with business partners worldwide. We are maximizing this advantage by opening up technology and resources, making it easy for anyone to enter the Metaverse and start their own business. Furthermore, as the world faces the shared challenge of carbon emission and environmental protection, the Metaverse will play an increasing important role. By reducing physical travel and conducting collaboration and work in virtual space, we can contribute to carbon reduction and a better future for planet. I hope that the Metaverse Caster program and the business opportunity it creates will benefit people around the world. The Metaverse is not just a future trend, but the core of a new global economy. At the center of this transformation, we must build a platform where we can all grow together. Thank you.
Oh my God, it was short, sweet.
It's my first time, yeah.
Okay, there is always space for first time. So for the audience, let me vouch for Nora. Nora is a tech lady. She is working very, very rigorously with latest technologies like virtual reality, augmented reality, extended reality, eventually hopped into creating metaverse as a solution, doing fabulous job sitting in South Korea, working with US, couple of Japan-based projects. And of course, I definitely call her as a very close partner of me. We cherish the similar kind of vibration, probably because of English. She just wrote it in English and tried to speak. She's an excellent speaker in her own language. I actually hear that. I have visited her office in person, to be very honest. So maybe later on in a specialized series, Nora, I'll call you in our monthly meetup where you can take some specialized courses. And a small request and input to all of you before you start your speaking, especially Nora, who are into the technical solution. We actually build a smart city solutions in various different parts of the world as a as a business solution. So if any one of you feel that you have any kind of solution, be that technology, be that non-technology, be that water management, be that waste management, doesn't matter. We can always shake hands with each other and probably take things forward. And as a strategy builder, as a community builder, personally, I take business delegation from one country to another country. Sometimes is a group of 15 people, sometimes 20, sometimes even more. So if you feel that you want to join, feel free. So if you give me mic, I'll keep speaking. So let me shut myself up and let me welcome another amazing woman coming all the way from Oman. I know that you are here with a beautiful background. I can see your video. If you can kindly turn on your microphone and be there in the summit. Don't worry, this is not like a corporate kind of summit. We always cherish family connections in World Leaders Summit. To be very honest, people who are speaking for last 5 years, we cherish a very beautiful bond with each other. Over to you, ma'am. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Arjat. I think I'm the one supposed to talk right now. Yeah. Okay.
Yes, you
So
are.
yes, okay. Thank you so much, Dr. Arjat, for giving me this opportunity. I really appreciate it. And to be honest with you, it's an honor to be here with you today and with the rest of the other speakers as well. I'll be like maybe a little bit, I'll talk about something a little bit different than others. It's not going to be like a really technical thing. Actually, this topic that I'm going to share with you, or maybe it's not really a topic, it's just thoughts where we can all as well explore, or maybe we keep exploring it. But it's definitely one of the topics which make me awake every night. And then it's something that really dear to my heart. When I asked Dr. Arjat what topic should I, when he gave me the opportunity to be part of this summit, I asked him what topic should I discuss about? Is it going to be technical or not technical? He told me anything dear to your heart. So this really is something really dear to my heart, and I've been challenged a lot in my life regarding this. And then I'll share with you some of the things that some of the things that happened to me, and then and how and what does it the answer of this question. So the topic is, can we have it all? Is it possible to balance our work and life together? And this question actually came to my mind, and or it's really something that I have been like exploring recently, when someone told me once that you cannot have it all. You cannot be a mother, a wife, an engineer, entrepreneur, successful businesswoman. You can't have it all. You will sacrifice. You will have a time where you need to sacrifice and compromise sooner or later. That's something it is gonna happen to you. And then I was just questioning myself. What does it mean to have it all? And is my all is similar to others? Are we talking about the same all? So what I consider it as all for me, is it the same that others considering it as all for them? So during my journey, I just tried to explore more about what does that mean to me, and what does that mean to others, and what is really the success, and how we're going to define the success. When I say I have it all, I am successful person. Is it like when someone else saying it, I have it all and I'm successful as well? And then I came like to understanding that maybe it's time as well to just consider to redefine the success. What does success means to me, and what does success mean to others? And is it really about the money? Is it really about the material status? Is it or is it about happiness? And when you are doing something and make you happy, it is the success. And there are like some quotes saying that it's very interesting quotes saying like you need just to do what you do, and then if you are happy, you are successful. You don't need to you just do it because you want to do it. So, and then if it's that means something to you and you are successful, it means that you are really happy. So basically, what I'm gonna say, for example, during my journey, so I just give you a background about me. My name is, I'm supposed to say this at the early, but my name is Sharifa Ruhaili. I've been in oil and gas industry more than 19 years. I worked in Oman and in Shell, Houston. During my career of like last 7 years, I was like really heavily involved in R&D and renewable alternative technologies and anything related to the alternative energy. Recently, as well, I was a partner with my husband doing our first startup where we did our exit. And then once I had like good money, I decided to resign from my day-to-day job and start my own journey. And then in my journey, I was like asking myself, what is the good thing for me to do, and what I want to do, and what values I want to add in this life for me and for others. And then when I decided to do like two main startups, one is related to support women in their health. It's like a health startup company where we are just trying to focus on women's women's health, emotion, and anything related to women. Being a woman and working in a man-dominated industry, I understand the challenges that usually women pass. So I wanted really to help the women in basically in GCC. So we started that startup, and the other startup that I'm doing right now as well is called Samawi Climate Tech, where we are focusing in transferring the manure and the food waste and any kind of organic waste into viable energy, like bioenergy and biofilterizer. And then we are trying to solve a big problem, which is the climate change issues. And then for me, and then I'm a mother. I have 6 kids, and then as I said, we already did one of exits. So if you come and ask me today, do I have it all? I will say yes, I have it all. I believe that I have it all. And what is success for me today is that I have a nice family. I am trying to help others by creating jobs, by creating valuable companies for the rest of the world. I'm not only targeting Oman in my business, we are targeting full GCC. I think we can have it all. It's all about prioritizing your choices and prioritizing your goals, and just focus where you want what you want to do first, and then always keep yourself like motivated, and don't accept that somebody saying for you cannot have it all. From my personal perspective, you can have it all, but then your all doesn't necessarily to be like everyone's all. The only thing that I would like to conclude as well, it's a very important thing for me, is self-reflection. I think that I would like to invite everyone to have self-reflection between time to time, just to consider what do you have, what are you missing, what the things that you need in order to take you to your goals. So self-reflection is a very powerful tool to let you know your gaps and your and you organize your thoughts where you want to be next, and how you should do it. So, and then just like to improve yourself. And then of course there are a lot of like other valuable resources like coaches, supervisors, and others, but I think self-reflection is one of the most important tool that we all need to have in our like daily or weekly in weekly or daily basis. So thank you very much, Dr. Ajat, for giving me this opportunity. I prepared the slides and I was planning to present something else, but then I've been advised to focus more on this. This was my original topic, but then I just shifted. But then I hope that what I said makes sense for someone else. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Pleasure. Always a pleasure. And well, for everyone, once again, so I love meeting people in person. I love meeting them online. I love understanding their vibration. I met her in Dubai, definitely a few weeks back. A great vibration, a super person who can do things, execute things, and what she spoke from heart. For the format of World Leader Summit, we don't encourage any kind of internet data or music or the video for so many reasons. This is more like your subject, your wish, and we are the platform. So whatever you spoke from heart, and we are blessed We're blessed to have you in the platform and really, really appreciate it. So this is the time. I think we have got 2 questions. If you can kindly stay back with us. For the time's sake, I will go to our next speaker and then probably I'll ask the question from the internet. Mercia, if you are there, if you can kindly turn on your microphone and your video. She's from UK. Your video is a bit of tilted. If you can make it straight. Yeah. Yes. Thank you so much. Yes. So, my dear, please be with us and over to you, Mercia, with 15 minutes time slot. Mic is yours. Floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the invitation, Ajit. And then this represents the global south, the multiple voices, the beauty of collaboration that is going to transform the world and is transforming the world. I am Marcia Mar, multicultural multimedia artist, visionary artist, representing the Global South Economic Forum. I work with project development and management of innovation. And it's a pleasure to be here and to know that it is through these communications that we are establishing the form of communication, open source research, places for collaboration, that the majority, the over 83% of the population of the world, the global south, can find its voice, collective voices, collaboration, to have those multicultural voices present in the world we want to co-create. We have singularity coming very soon in terms of artificial intelligence, and the entire archive of human knowledge, as well as thinking, science, is going to be available to everyone. So what is paramount is that we work with equality and equity. To deliver equality in the world, we must consider the fact that women representation and indigenous people representation is paramount to develop technology. Artificial intelligence, which is artificial general intelligence, or eventually GAGI, green artificial general intelligence, will be able to solve the problems that is to look at large data and then establish solutions for sustainability, climate change management, and other forms of material management, which are even not something we have even imagined or conceived. Through our collective intelligence of working together, having all this archive and the chances of actually even examining our thought processes, how maybe biased they are in terms of being a Western model when we have different ways of thinking throughout the world. And also even like when we consider religion and culture and philosophy, we have not yet developed an integrative model to say what is the essence that we all agree? What is in essence that all of us love? So we can take that further, because when we move this direction, like war and destruction, we know we're going to get. The angle goes that way. We have been there before. And then if the angle goes into novelty, innovation, and creativity, we can create a new society, a new world, when all of us are going to be able to contribute and then show the beauty. My mom used to say, only you have this fingerprint, and every cell of your body, everything about you is unique, similarly unique, and everyone is the same. So she always gave space, and I think most mothers that have had the chance to nurture their children, they get amazed by the beauty, until we are to conform to one particular monoculture model. And the hegemony of culture is not something that's good for anyone. Neither it is the monoculture in agriculture. So let's think of different models. For instance, if we think of agriculture that is combined with tech, and remember, when we talk about technology development and advancement, we have to start with the purpose of actually diminishing the waste, so we can have possibilities that we consider and think, well, but that will leave atomic waste. Do we really want to do that? So, for instance, when we think about agriculture, if every village, every place is self-sufficient, not only with the food they're accustomed to, but also with superfood introduction in their diet and in the ecosystem, In addition to developing vegetation that it can be used for development of borophyrin and graphene for technology, we'll have a model that balances self-sufficiency, nutrition, well-being, longevity, as well as combining development of technology that can be sustainable and accessible to everyone. At the moment, the development of quantum computer is mainly done in the West, we have China have quite a lot of developments happening at the moment as well in this developing, but Africa and Latin America is not developing quantum computer, and that would be a huge, huge unfair situation if we not develop simultaneously throughout the world. So instead of having a race of development that is based on a world economy that is for profit, exploitation of nature or each other, we can transform that. That's why it's so important to have women's voices like my own, and then many women in the world, where we look at it. If there is food, let's distribute to everyone. If there's technology, let's make it accessible to everyone, because this is how we are able to transform our society. Can we do something completely different? We can. People are not aware, but the discourse, be it Bible, Quran, Torah, or any other, Shakespeare, the Mahabharata, obey a particular order in statistical form, in which is called Zipf's law. The first word that we most use, the, is followed by the second one, half its frequency, the third one, the third, the fourth, and thereafter. So we have not conceived yet an app that help us switch, because what happened, when we are talking about stuff and we go like, why am I saying this? This is not me. Why am I repeating stuff I don't even like? It's because the tendencies, both communal society, but also individual, to be able to actually mathematically be able to do the zip flip, which is my theory of zip flip, that we can actually flip the order of things, will be totally transformative. So we have the intelligence and the capacity to notice patterns and to notice tendencies and transform them. If we have been speaking about history being spiraling, going back to things we are familiar, like war and conflict and so forth, because we have not yet conceived leadership of women in the world, where war will be totally deconstructed. We will not have to nurture and look after life to have it destroyed before our eyes. So women's leadership is paramount for society to transform, at least 50%. And then when we talk about equality, 50% of women's leadership right now, everywhere. And if we talk about equity, it will be for thousands of years, 100% of women. But we're not interested in that. We're interested in having a dialogical relationship where our opinions and ideas and the nurturing quality of the feminine culture is nurtured and protected and advanced. Now, when we talk about innovation, creativity, and nurturing, we're actually talking about neuroplasticity and neurogenesis. Not only could the AI is going to reach a point of singularity, but humans, we have the potential to work together and reach a point of collaboration in which we can exercise preservation of all life, a caring, nurturing approach to life itself, and then be able to deal with longevity. Because one of the questions people ask, okay, if technology tomorrow is able to deliver that all of us will live 500 years, are we going to be having a repetition of the society as it is, fighting for resources and accumulating resources and having discrepancies that are so upsetting to anyone's psychology? No, we can transform completely. And another thing that's quite beautiful about the experimentation on Earth is the fact that terraform, how we conceive living on other planets eventually, will depend on how we work here. Returning to the question of creativity and innovation, part of what I'm trying to say is that our collaboration generates a different level of neuroplasticity and neurogenesis that is collectivized. It's something we have not exercised before. If we sing together, if we decided to work with agriculture together, anything that we do together and we say, let's do something we've never done before, is likely to create collective neuroplasticity and neurogenesis, which is something we can actually do it as an exercise of creativity. Companies, organizations, schools can also exercise that, have room and space for children and people to be basically just creative without any judgment and without any consideration for utility of or the outcome. It's just to be able to let people exercise total freedom of creativity, and then some ideas will come out that can be translated into action and into improvement of the company, the school, the relationship of the people involved. So exercising novelty every day is something that we already know that prevents Alzheimer's, and we already know brushing your teeth with a different hand. But if doing something new every day, I did a workshop during the pandemic, which was very interesting. That I suggest that people had every day the opportunity to do something new, even if you're confined, they could find liberty and freedom. So even if you have not done anything new that day, if you never put your finger inside your ear while brushing your teeth, you can do that. And that will suggest novelty to the brain, to the body, and the embodiment of life, the embodiment of the planet is also this symphony of interconnectivity is a possibility for us to create a new way of living. And this is when we talk about CCC, conscious, conscientious consciousness. How can we choose? Because we've been discussing AI consciousness, but what about human consciousness? How can we choose to develop our consciousness together in a way that we are conscientious making choices? As again, we have technology possibilities, but it's like, do we go that way, this way? Do we choose something which we have to deal with nuclear waste afterwards? Do we continue to accumulate whereas people are starving, or do we find a balance? So it's a question of us collectively working creatively to develop a new way of being. You and I and everybody in the planet is, for the first time, concerned and aware of the power we have of intervention in the planet. If we have caused so much harm, it's possible that we can cause a lot of good. As a species, as a human development of our intelligence, this is an amazing possibility for developing creativity and innovation towards the well-being of all. And not just anthropocentric. It's not just about humans. It's about life as a whole. It's about being aware that we have already exterminated so many species. Therefore, we're capable of caring for the preservation of life that exists. In addition, to be able to create environments and places even to develop those lives to the next level. What would be comfortable. Sometimes we'll have to withdraw from places, places in India so the elephant can actually live freely. Places in Africa, places in South America, we actually leave spaces. And in Europe also, there are lots of species that are returning because we allow space for that coexistence. So the multicultural coexistence and the intelligence we can have to be able to have not just religious tolerance, but actually to look at the essence of all our philosophies and religions, what is actually informing us as humanity. Before each one of us, our ancestors, they were born in a small village somewhere, someplace, and not even be aware that there was another religion. Whereas now we understand that we have so many different perspectives. How do we work with this multiple intelligence and multiple perspective in a way that's collaborative? This is the exciting challenge that all of us have at the moment. We are together on this planet. We're together in this. We are a live generation that can embody a new representation of what it is to be human. And we can create neuroplasticity and neurogenesis collectively in spaces like open source research and the quality of meetings like this, which make all of us be able to contribute and reflect upon our voices, our multiple voices as a symphony. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for being on time, and it's a beautiful topic, to be very honest. Yesterday, practically, we have been discussing the same with one psychologist from India. And you are right. You are right in every point. I'll not speak. I will probably pick up two questions from the social media. One is directed to our friend from Oman, and then second one I will take with you. First, I will go with you. Mercia, excellent knowledge. What is humanity for you in one line? The question is coming from India. What is humanity for you in one line?
The totality of our being, the love, eternal, infinite that we share, we all recognize. That is unity. is when we touch that beautiful flow.
Super. Next question to Nora before I hop into others. Nora, as a tech woman, have you ever faced any kind of issue to grow, or is it really easy to grow in Korea? This question is coming from Europe, directly to Nora. If you're there, if you can kindly turn on your microphone. I'm not sure if you're there. I can't see you. Uh-oh. I think she left. It's okay. I can pull the next question for Sharifa. Can you please share your impact venture and what exactly you're looking for? She's saying that I'm from India, open for collaboration. Probably the question is, she's asking about your latest venture and she wants to collaborate and how she can collaborate. That's probably the comment.
Yeah, she can reach me on LinkedIn and we can just like connect from there. Yeah.
Super. So I'll send her LinkedIn link to you so that you guys can communicate with each other. So with that note, I will skip a little bit of questions. Well, again, I'll give you the format. Usually speakers come in World Leader Summit in Zoom. We directly broadcast that in social media. People ask question over there, either to our DM or in the comment box. We pick up a couple of questions and then ask directly to the speakers. It leads in two different aspects. Number one, the Zoom is not clustered. Second, definitely as a marketing strategy, we want our social media to grow. So people are there so that they can comment, communicate, and we can grow our network. Hope you like our strategy. Well, now I'll move from UK to another lady. She's a professor waiting for her, I think, well, I can see her. She's with her video turned on. And if you can kindly turn on your microphone. A lady coming
Hi, how are you?
from Spain. Yes, we are doing perfectly fine. Professor, how are you doing?
Great, everything okay? How are you doing?
All are good. We all are cherishing World Leader Summit coming from different parts of the world. So I'll keep myself mute and I'll give the microphone to you so that you can enrich us with your knowledge and wisdom. 15 minutes, yours.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thanks a lot. Good morning, good afternoon to everyone. I'm happy to share with you my insights. As requested, I will not use a presentation. I will just talk about my expertise. I'm a professor and a consultant in corporate innovation and corporate venturing, strategic innovation, and entrepreneurship. I've been working, I live in Spain. I'm from Argentina. I have been working for the last 15 years in the entrepreneurship and innovation ecosystem in Argentina. I wanted to share with you some insights, and I'm happy that we are having this conversation in a global reach. So what do we think of innovation? What happens mainly? I've worked with different open innovation programs and with different organizations that want to start understanding the ecosystem of innovation they have around. But what I wanted to share with you was about SMEs. It's one of our lost actors in the innovation scene because they are not the ones that they need to innovate. They are far away from innovation instruments, and also they lack the skills many times and the time for different limitations to start on this path. So we see innovation as a bridge. It's not an end in itself, but it's a bridge for these companies. Why is this a bridge? Because companies need to innovate in order to perpetuate them into the future, to stay relevant to their consumers, to stay relevant to their market, to stay relevant to their shareholders. And what happens for SMEs is that many times they are the forgotten actors of this ecosystem. Every firm that excels at total innovation management simultaneously invests at 3 levels of ambition. If you know the innovation ambition matrix, that's very renowned. We have core innovation that has to do with optimizing our existing products and our existing customers. We have adjacent innovation that has to do with expanding from existing businesses into new possible lines of revenue for the company, but it is something very connected to our core. And we have the transformational initiatives that have to do with developing breakthroughs, moonshots, investing in things that market does not know up to this point, okay? So what we suggest for any innovation strategy is to try to distribute your innovation portfolio into these 3 different groups. In many industries, up to 70% of the bottom line gains for a company comes from past innovation efforts in transformational initiatives. What does this have to do, or what does this mean? Is that every moonshot, every transformational thing we are looking at today will feed our future, to say it in a way, will be the reason why our company still exists in 10, 20 years from now. Regularly and normally, companies invest 70% on core initiatives, 20% on adjacent initiatives, and 10% on transformational initiatives. What happens is that while time passes away and we perpetuate and we project our company into the future, this 10% that we dare to invest, if we did, into this transformational initiative will justify the 70% of our revenue. So we need to start looking at disruptive innovation in a different way. And how can we start pursuing these kind of strategies if we have a small and medium company that doesn't have the resources of the big ones, and it is not a startup and doesn't have the agility of a startup? We're standing in the middle. So what is the ideal mix and how can we go through this path? Basically, for many companies, innovation is a collection of energetic but uncoordinated initiatives managed with disconnected strategies. What happens is that we need to establish a right strategy that aligns with the company's overall strategy, seeking a balanced innovation portfolio and develop the ability to approach it as an integrated whole. What do we mean by this? Basically, that we cannot pursue our innovation strategy separated from our corporate and business strategy. What happens is that we start seeing companies that develop innovation challenges, startup contests, whatever it is that they want to pursue, idea, entrepreneurship programs for employees, anything that they want to pursue to develop an innovation strategy, and it is not connected to the overall strategy of the business. What happens is that these kind of solutions, the ideas that come from there from employees, the startups we collaborate with, the new technologies that we start experimenting, are thrown into a black hole that doesn't work for the business. So we let them in the we lose them in the middle of forgetful, okay? And what happens for SMEs is a long road full of obstacles, because what happens is that we don't have people, we don't have the resources, we don't have the knowledge or the capabilities inside. However, in Europe alone, there are approximately 22.5 million of SMEs that employ over 80 million of people between them. SMEs justify for mainly between 50 and 70% of employment in most of the developing world economies. What happens is that this forgotten actor is really a huge and important actor that has a huge place in the economic environment of any developing country. So how can SMEs get into implement their corporate innovation strategy? First, they have to think of 4 key pillars. 1, the culture, the leadership, the mindset, the behaviors, the communication strategy, and the actions that take place inside the company to build the innovation capabilities they need in their employees and in their teams. So the type of culture they have, the equipment design, the motivation, if the CEO and all the leadership team is aligned with pursuing this kind of strategy, even though it can be bottom up, it is key that the top leadership key players in the company are aligned with pursuing innovation strategies. If they have the processes structured in order to go through this path, do they have tracks according to the possibility of suggesting new technology, new production, new business models, new ideas for companies? Do they have a mapping and scouting trends team that are constantly looking at opportunities to implement? Do they have the idea generation and incubation processes clearly stated for employees in order to foster this kind of innovation and transformational initiatives for the future? And also, do they have the budget? Do they have the stream revenue lines? Or they have the infrastructure needed to pursue this path? Also, are they looking at what is happening outside the doors of their companies. Do they have the ecosystem mapped clearly? Are they exploring opportunities? Are they collaborating and giving feedback to other actors? Do they exchange ideas and experiences with even their competitors, not only their value chain or their providers, but also companies that are doing the same? Are they benchmarking? Are they looking to another countries? And finally, how do they measure the success of this kind of strategies? What is their impact for their business in the short, medium, and long term? Okay, so in the disruptive world of today's economy, there are only two things that will remain constant. We live in a very changing world, in a very changing ecosystem. So innovation is key, and doing it through corporate venturing is one of the instruments that will let SMEs start accelerating and excelling at this kind of strategy, because they don't have the time and they don't have the resources, and there are very easy steps and easy strategies they can implement in order to start projecting their business models into the future. Even though maybe they lack the resources, there's like the stereotype that it has to be on a great strategy or you cannot do it, and this is not true. So what are the tools SMEs can implement to pursue their corporate innovation strategies? Okay. Basically, depending on the innovation line they want to pursue, there are different scouting teams. They can do hackathons, they can do challenge prizes, they can share resources, they can have an incubator, they can pursue an accelerator, or even they can go into venture capital through a very interesting instrument that's called corporate venture capital. I guess most of you are familiarized with that. It's the way of any company getting into venture capital in a very strategic and practical way. So we don't have to implement a huge venture capital fund. We can do it through different strategies, very aligned with a business strategy. Doesn't need to have a financial returns expectation, and it can be very useful for the company because it will get them closer to trends, to new technologies, to agile teams, to possibility of making pilots. And one of the collateral effects of this corporate venture capital is a very resourceful tool that is called Venture Client. It's not an accelerator, it's the possibility of developing pilots with startup, for example, that will allow you to pursue an open innovation strategy and try to understand how that might work, and also has cultural effects inside the company. Okay, so why do we want to do this? Because it will help these corporates find more efficient and effective ways to innovate. All the answers don't need to come from inside the company, and this is something that is very important that we understand. We will not have all the answers to the future of our business, all the capacity to build the technology, and all the knowledge in order to implement that. We need to start looking out the doors and try to relate ourselves with the ecosystem. What do we mean by ecosystem? The corporate venturing enablers, independent knowledge, all the universities, the technology centers, competitors, providers, everyone that can get knowledge, capacity, and innovation and creativity to the footstep of our door. So this is what I wanted to share with you. We need to see this as an opportune crisis. We need to see this as a win-win situation for startups and for companies. Companies are very useful for startups also, because they will bring real cases, they will bring scale, they will bring economic development, they will bring the possibility of testing their technology in a real environment with the possibility of building huge scale and having impact and growing their teams and pursuing investors eventually. And they will give a lot of space for innovation to build intellectual capacity also. And some of the side effects, just to finish, that this kind of strategy has for a small and medium-sized company is, even though it has a strategic end in itself to promote and to project the company into the future, it has return on innovation, because they will adopt. It can have new streamlines. It can have financial returns that accompany the strategic end. It can bring competitiveness, efficiency for current business, and new ideas. It fosters a lot of cultural change because it turns everything upside down, helping companies project themselves into the future. It develops new businesses or unexpected revenue lines. It works for corporate social responsibility and marketing because it builds a brand that is focused on the future and innovating, on answering to new customer needs. It has to do more with story doing and not only storytelling. It works a lot for HR because it attracts talent and also works on talent retention. And why it's important that we foster this, that is a win-win situation, is access to resources, expertise and networks, faster innovation for all the actors involved, mutual learning for all the actors involved, and also accelerated growth for everybody. SMEs that are one of the forgotten actors of this environment need to start pursuing and need to start looking at these kind of tools without fear, but as a source of possibilities for projecting their companies into the future and for keep promoting and having the huge place they have in the economic development of developing nations. So this is what I wanted to share with you today. I believe I'm on time, and I'm very grateful and happy to be here.
Sure. Thank you so much. There is a question. I'll pull that up and then I'll hop into another speaker from South Africa. Only challenge is her speaking slot is a little bit of later, but she's going to have a storm in the city probably. So because of internet, probably I will shift one here so that she can speak. Okay, the question is directly to you. It is needed to have a proper serial entrepreneurs as a guide for the startups so that they can become successful. Or probably,
it is. Sorry, I didn't understand the first two words. Yeah.
Hold on. Let me take the entire question. It is needed to have a proper serial entrepreneurs as a guide for the startups. Whether they are successful entrepreneurs or failed ones, they can be more impactful with the incubators, with the accelerators, and of course with the college and universities. What's your take on this? Is it happening in your case, or is there a gap? It's coming from Navneet Punit.
Okay, no, I don't think that serial entrepreneurs are very important as role models, because you need to broadcast all those stories in order to promote the intention of building new startups. That doesn't mean that they are the only role models you need to promote. So they are very helpful because they show you can do it, and you can do it several ways. However, they are not the only ingredient in the recipe, to say it in a way. Okay?
Okay, super. So we got the answer, and I'll probably skip one more question for you. You can check this online. I'll share the link after the speaking session is over. Thank you so much for speaking and sharing your insights. Well, if you know, we run our own accelerator. It is partnered with multiple different countries, whether that is US, whether that is in Korea, whether that is in few parts of Europe. So I'm personally a mentor of seed stars in Europe, definitely in a couple of other parts of the world, which includes Africa, Asia, and US. If there is anything that you feel that we can do together, probably giving market access, giving funding support, giving mentoring, we have a large pool of mentors. Feel free to ask us, feel free to send us probably an email. We'll be more than happy to talk and discuss after the summit is over. Thank you so much for coming and sharing your insights, and stay tuned. Yesterday, actually, we had a speaker from Argentina. So I'm really happy.
Yes.
Yeah, yesterday we had that. So I'm really happy that you are also from Argentina. Yes.
Okay, thanks a lot. I'm very, very happy to be part of this, and I hope to continue listening to different experiences during the week.
Sure. Thank you. Okay, so my friend from South Africa, if you can, I can see that you have already turned on your video, ready to speak. Yes. So I'm placing you just before Mr. Dunstan. I'm so sorry about that. She's having a storm. So if you can be a little bit of brief with your presentation and quick. Yes, please. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, and good afternoon, everybody. And thanks to you, Arijit, Dr. Arijit, for giving me this opportunity to actually speak. Our first speaker spoke a lot about the SDGs, so I'm actually going to cut my presentation very short because he's actually covered a lot of things, and I'm going to focus on how we align the SDGs in South Africa to what we do in South Africa to align the SDGs, in terms of the global ecosystem. Right. So South Africa itself has been very active in develop with the development goals. We've tried to integrate the SDGs into policies, into programs and partnerships so that we can foster innovation and entrepreneurship and technology. So we also try to approach, using supportive ecosystems for startups. We try to use advanced technology. We try to align entrepreneurial initiatives with the SDGs. So a few things are, government focuses on policies. We support entrepreneurship and SMEs, which is actually very passionate to me, and it's actually something I focus on quite a lot, and that is entrepreneurship, because in South Africa, the beautiful country that it is, and there's the most amazing city that I live in, Cape Town, we do have the world's highest unemployment rate here. So we try to focus a lot on entrepreneurship, SMEs, support systems that we can, get startups going so that we can focus on creating more jobs here. We tend to focus a lot on innovation and technology, especially renewable energy, clean technology. One of our issues we've had over the last 5 to 10 years is electricity. We've had lots of issues with it. So now we're actually trying to go with renewable energy systems. Trying to cross the digital divide. About 7 years ago, when I used to teach business, our access to digital technology was like a mere 35%. Now we are up at 70%, which is actually great for a developing nation. We focus a lot on agricultural technology because most of our country also focuses on agriculture. We try to do international partnerships and collaborations, and that is something I myself, which I focus on. I do entrepreneurship activities and events where I focus on global partnerships and collaborations. We will want to have cross-country, cross-cultural collaboration, and also in terms of sharing knowledge and skills as well. Also, in terms of regional influences on the African continent, I think everybody knows that the African continent is where the world's load of minerals are, and everyone's kind of like got their eyes on Africa at the moment. So we want to actually focus on that. We want to use that as a leverage for the African continent so that we can, solve the unemployment problem on the continent, and also, work more with global partnerships and actually assisting us. We do a lot of youth-focused programs and empowerment because we want to create employment here. We want to create, SDG 8 talks about decent work and economic growth. So we really want to focus on that. We also have got the President's Plan on women and youth entrepreneurship. So lots of focus on women and technology and women and entrepreneurship, gender equality, reduced inequality. So we're focusing a lot on that. We also have a multifaceted approach when it comes to implementing the SDGs. We want to get it into the entrepreneurship sector and use technology to actually leverage and implement it. So we also try to boost it by using lots of public-private partnerships here in the country. Right. So then when we come to the South African tech startups, we do use a range of technologies. We are not as fancy as the US. We're not as fancy as India is or even China is, but we are getting there slowly. We're taking baby steps, but we are actually making a name for ourselves, on the global scene. We're also using artificial intelligence and AI and machine learning. We're using fintech and blockchain technology, lots of agricultural technology, agri-tech we are using in terms of our agriculture. And also we are using, like I said, renewable energy and clean technology. What's quite big here in South Africa is solar technology in terms of our electricity, where we had lots of issues over the past few years. So solar energy is quite big here. Energy storage and management, we have that actually going in here. We've got quite a few startups that are actually focused on that here. In terms of health technology, I mean, we've had quite a few firsts here when it came to health technology in South Africa. We're quite big with telemedicine and mobile health. We have quite a big startups that use digital platforms. Also, just one other thing, focusing on health technologies, we also try to use this technology in our rural areas to gain more, we want access to healthcare. So we are using it quite a lot in the rural areas. We use data and analytics and in our healthcare so that we can also use, we can manage our systems, we can track diseases, we can track outbreaks. I think, if you remember when it came to COVID, we actually were one of the first countries that actually got the vaccine actually going. So we also have technology and digital learning platforms. E-learning is actually quite big. We've got a lot of digital learning platforms happening here in South Africa, just to also make education accessible, because we know there are people out there in the rural areas who have got no access. So we are using technology to actually get our people up in the rural areas to access education. We have e-commerce and logistics technology. We've got, you've got Amazon. We've just got quite a big Amazon that's opened up right here in South Africa in the Western Cape. We've got, Take a Lot and Sweep South. So we're using lots of e-commerce platforms as well. We've got the eBays and a lot of the platforms that you actually use overseas. Logistics and supply chain optimization, we are actually using that quite a lot in our delivery systems with real-time data and route optimization. We are also using big data analytics like a lot of other countries are actually using. And also, like every other country, we also have cybersecurity issues and solutions, but we are also trying to work on that in terms of our AI-driven detection systems. We're also using, we've got a few smart cities. So we're using IoT for our smart cities here in South Africa. And then, of course, we are also using drone technologies and we're using robotics. We use robotics quite a lot when it comes to when it comes to healthcare. We use that. And then, of course, our tech ecosystem is building solutions that address both local and global challenges. We try to make it a growing hub for innovation here in South Africa. We use like I said, from fintech to agri-tech to health and to clean technology. And of course, our diversity in technology application, it highlights our potential for growth. South Africa and the African continent per se have been kind of like sitting back for quite a long time. So we are trying to get up there now, like a lot of other developing countries are. And we also want to play a big role in the global startup ecosystem. And of course, like most developing nations, it comes also with lots of, political instability, fraud, bribery, corruption that most other countries are actually going through. So that was just to give you a little bit about what's actually happening in the South African ecosystem when it comes to entrepreneurship, when it comes to the global startup ecosystem, and what we do in terms of technology. So thank you so much for this amazing opportunity. Wonderful to be here. I've been listening to all the previous speakers. Amazing, amazing. So thank you so much, Dr. Adijit.
Thank you. Pleasure. Okay, so let me not waste time and bring our next speaker all the way coming from Dubai, UAE. We have Mr. Dunstan Pereira. If you're there, if you can kindly turn on your video and your microphone. Dunstan, you there? Yes. Thank you so much for coming. So he's a Chief Executive Officer of the Royal Family of His Highness Sheikh Ahmed bin Faisal Al Qasimi, and he has been doing amazing work. Sitting in Dubai, one of the movers and shakers that I know in person. The stage is yours. Please enlighten us with your knowledge and wisdom.
Uh, Good evening, everyone. So, on behalf of His Highness Sheikh Ahmad bin Faisal Al Qasmi, I am more than privileged to be here today on this World Leaders Summit. It is my great honor to stand before you today to discuss a vision that is integral to our forward thinking strategy. As we gather here, we are at a pivotal moment in history where innovation meets opportunity, and UAE is uniquely positioned to lead the way. I guess the UAE market has always appreciated and recognized its tech hungry and growing population, which is positioned and elevated UAE into the global arena as a major international business and trading hub. At every point in time, UAE market has undergone national transformation driven by rapid digital penetration. As the world proceeds through this period of digital transformation, we are rapidly uncovering the potential for technology to improve life and address some of humanity's greatest challenges. The COVID-19 pandemic showed how an invisible virus can cause massive human suffering and global dislocation. It also accelerated the shift of the world economy into the digital domain as millions of people around the world grew more dependent on the internet for work, communication, commerce, and even healthcare. Seemingly overnight, post pandemic, entire industries shifted remote working models. Virtual environment became the safest preferred options for people to continue working, learning, and connecting with loved ones. Like how we are all connected today on this event virtually. It is a game changer. In the next 10 years, we will see half of the world's population connect to the internet for the first time. And this alone will open a world of possibilities for social and economic advancements. Meanwhile, new and emerging technologies will transform the impact of innovation, helping us navigate risks and reduce the harm of threats that arise in the new domain. However, such progress depends upon a safe, secure, and right respect digital infrastructure that is resilient and open to all. Innovation is critical in today's world. If you aren't innovating, if you aren't applying AI and leveraging cutting edge technologies, you are already far behind. In today's digital age, every business, whether a startup or a well established corporation, is stepping onto the digital transformation highway. And as you all know, UAE has been highly favorable to startups and SMEs to grow in this environment by facilitating them with all support that the government can give. Now, you might think, why Dubai? Transcendence basically means an existence or experience that is beyond a normal or physical level. Dubai, which is known for its opulence and grandeur, is arguably, without a doubt, the only country that can perhaps boast of this title. Everything is indeed larger than life, right from its lifestyle to various other businesses. Now, I would like to just mention a few points as to why people has to choose Dubai to have their ground in terms of establishing their business or a startup. Dubai was ranked in the top 5 global cities for entrepreneurs in 2022, along with New York, London, Tokyo, Paris, and Milan. With its estimated 50% of the population being expats and tourists, Dubai is seen as the city of businesses. The safety and security of your business, employees, and your intended market is always the number one priority, which makes it an ideal place to start your business. Dubai is also considered the most crime-free city, compared to other regions, which in turn means that your businesses and the people involved will definitely be secure. Dubai is also considered as a strong commercial capital in the Middle East. All this is possible because of the well-connected transport system, low tax business deals, and an extremely stable financial sector. Dubai is noted to be the gateway of the world's most developed markets, which includes Africa, India, and China. It is also positioned geographically between the East and the West, making it a hub of endless possibilities. Dubai has the largest port in the Middle East, which is situated in Jebel Ali. It is also the highest container port in the world. An abundance of free zones. Free zones are basically a special economic zone for business owners that gets a benefit of 100% ownership and also tax exceptions. If you are looking into starting a business that requires a lot of manpower, then there is no other place that can offer you the multi-diverse skill and support that its huge population of working expats and also growing number of people looking into jobs in this country. Dubai, as a country, goes to great lengths to protect its citizens and visitors in terms of offering the best healthcare services at affordable rates. The recent pandemic, COVID-19, is a great example of how Dubai provided itself and bounced back to regular life much quicker than it was anticipated. These are only a few points in an otherwise multiverse of endless opportunities for business people in this country. Dubai, a global leader in innovation and smart city development, is positioning itself as a pioneer in artificial intelligence implementation under the visionary leadership of His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum. The Emirate is making rapid strides in digital transformation, with AI playing a pivotal role in these efforts. A core aspect of Dubai's AI strategy is ensuring the security of AI systems, and the Dubai Electronic Security Center is at the forefront of these efforts. Dubai AI security policy is built on three key pillars: ensuring data integrity, protecting critical infrastructure, and fostering ethical AI usage. These policies are designed to safeguard the rapid growing ecosystem in this city. Dubai has already introduced artificial intelligence driven projects such as self-driving vehicles, predictive policing, and smart health systems. The goal is to create an environment where AI can flourish safely and responsibly with the right regulation frameworks in place. Looking ahead, our vision for Dubai's digital economy over the next 5 to 10 years is ambitious yet attainable. We aim to be at the forefront of global digital transformation, harnessing the power of data centers and digital assets to drive economic growth and improve quality of life. As we move forward, let us embrace the possibilities that lie ahead and work together to create a thriving digital economy. The UAE is poised to leverage these technology to elevate public services, empower entrepreneurs, and accelerate our transformation into a global digital hub. Thus, urge all the regional and global companies, enterprises, and organizations of all sizes from across all industries to place their trust in the UAE market. To help meet the compliance needs of the organizations investing in UAE, the government of UAE has been engaged very closely with all the local and global authorities to ensure that their services are compliant with UAE standards and certifications, along with the global and industry standards with which our services already comply with. Rest assured, the UAE government would ensure and enable environment for you to do business in this country. Thanking you so much for this opportunity. Wishing you all the very best in the coming years.
Thank you so much. That was really beautiful and enlightening. Uh, Talking from my own personal experience, yes, it is the place, and I can see one of my brother, Amit, is also there in the Zoom. Well, we know each other for quite a long number of years, and I can vouch for Mr. Dunstan, uh, an honest guy, a helpful guy. So if you feel that you need any kind of help, any kind of support, and you feel that you have an organization who is looking for skill up, not on the idea stage, but rather on the growth stage, the family office will be more than happy to help, support, guide, and handshake with each other. Feel free to reach out to me or to Mr. Dunstan, and let's see what we can do for you together. Thank you so much. Thank you, Dunstan, for coming. We'll wait for, please wait. We'll wait for some questions, which usually comes from internet. Meanwhile, I will talk to Mr. Lavan, if you're there, if you can kindly turn on your video and your microphone so that we can have you as a speaker. Meanwhile, I'll be gathering the questions from social media. Are you there? Can you please turn on your microphone and your video?
Yes, I'm here. So I am having difficulty staying connected on the Wi-Fi. So and I'm traveling, so it's quite a bit of a disruption there. If I could keep the video off, it's probably better.
No problem. Don't worry about it. You can continue, and meanwhile, let me gather some questions. Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
So yes, thank you very much, Arijit, for inviting me to this gathering here to share knowledge, expertise, and I'm excited to be among the distinguished speakers you've had so far and coming up after me. I will be talking about longevity, repositioning the gap between health span and lifespan. So a bit of a different gear here, if you will. But if you allow me, I'll share my screen and we'll get started here. So let's see. Okay, so I think it's if anyone can indicate to me if they can see my screen, that would be great.
Yeah, we can.
Okay, awesome. All right. So again, I'm going to be talking about longevity and repositioning the gap between health span and lifespan. And the thing that I'm going to be touching on quickly is number one, the revolution evolving around brain health. We've heard a bit from Marcia earlier about how we can elevate our consciousness mentally, physically, spiritually, and so on. And it really all starts with brain health. And so that is going to be one of the things I discuss, as well as innovation. And that is going to involve the science behind that innovation and where we are in terms of what's trending at the moment. As well, again, going back to the topic of my subject today, bridging the gap and how that looks in terms of reducing the current gap between health span and lifespan. And then we'll talk about changing the narrative. So let's talk about some statistics that are very disturbing, if you will. By 2030, half of the worldwide economic disability will be due specifically to brain-related disability. And the global total of all brain disorders exceeds that of all other diseases. And this is according to the World Health Organization and the Alzheimer's Disease International. In fact, $2.5 trillion is the price tag per year in lost productivity. And so, as you can see from these stats, this is very significant in terms of how it impacts us individually, collectively, and on a global scale. And so let's talk about something that some of you may know. I'm not trying to put someone, those are my parents there, and we'll talk a little bit about them in a little bit as it relates to this topic here. So again, I don't want to put anyone on the spot, but if some of you can remember back in the 80s, when the fitness revolution came around, imagine if we can do for brain performance what the fitness revolution did for physical performance. Healthier, happier, longer lives without declining in brain health. You know, people are starting to wake up and understand two new scientific discoveries. Neuroplasticity. Oh, I can change my brain. And they're starting to become aware of epigenetics. Oh, I can influence my genes. And so in that sense, it's revolutionary. If you think about it, it's a bit, again, disturbing that we have meal plans, we have plans for exercising, we have plans for how many steps we take, sleep, and on and on. But we have nothing when it comes to a brain wellness plan. And so with this next slide here, let's talk about what brain health is. Generally speaking, it means an absence of disease, right? But we wouldn't define any other part of our body that way. So in that sense, brain health is your capacity to thrive in your own life context. That incorporates so many aspects beyond just memory. It's looking at things like social interaction, daily life, well-being, which includes mental health, mood, sleep, all of these important aspects, as well as those high-level cognitive functions. And so, yes, all the buzz is about mental health, understandably so. But mental health is only a component of the system, like all other neurological disorders, whether it's Alzheimer's, multiple sclerosis, Parkinson's, sarcopenia. What is the system? Yes, you guessed it. The system is the brain. And so health span and lifespan begins and ends with the brain. The reason, you might ask? Well, brain state is the overarching contributing factor to longevity. And so on this next slide here, we're going to talk about some innovation in terms of these two new scientific discoveries, as well as longevity and psychedelics. So exploring synergies between these scientific discoveries, as well as longevity and psychedelics, that could have consequential benefits for the world. And each of these three elements have respective healing nuances affecting our core asset. Yes, again, the brain. And because longevity is centered around bridging the gap between preventative health and lifestyle intervention, there is an inherent link between brain state and disease state. For instance, embracing mental well-being through the prism of brain health is imperative because mental health is closely intertwined with brain health. In essence, we're talking about the brain offering countless aging insights with regard to Alzheimer's, Parkinson's, and other neurological disorders. As well, longevity in itself is intertwined closely with mental and physical healing. And in that healing, psychedelics are beginning to revolutionize, as I'm sure some of you may be familiar with, how we treat mental disorders, namely through psychedelic-assisted psychotherapy, even in parts of the world where we wouldn't think that would be possible. And I'm specifically talking about Dubai, who is always on a trend-setting path, if you will, when it comes to these sorts of things. So in essence, brain state, again, is an overarching contributor to health span and lifespan. And in the sense of suggesting that cultivating well-being through transforming your mind, that will change the brain in ways that impact the body. That's pretty significant. And this may have beneficial consequences for our physical health. On this next slide, I'm going to show you what I call the longevity function. And that is, again, referring to health span and lifespan. My organization, Brain Matrix Alliance, which is a nonprofit, which we'll talk more about in a moment, is focused on repositioning the gap between health span and lifespan, as you can see here. And that's about measuring prevention and affecting how well those added years are lived. It's about the interconnectedness of synergetic treatments. And again, it's about repositioning that could be a seismic event, not just in terms of sick care, as I like to call it, which is what we have today, unfortunately, but also for our global economy, as I just mentioned. So why is this? Why is it that this gap, when we do address it, what could be the outcome of that? Well, the most common, strongest contributor to disease is unhealthy aging. And there are a number of studies that refer to that. And if we have time, we'll get to that. But more importantly, again, it really is about addressing the gap that we have with people living longer, but not necessarily living better quality of life, or maintaining that quality of life, I should say. So in the next slide here, we have again, my organization, Brain Matrix Alliance, for which I founded based on a personal journey that I'll get into a little bit more in a moment. So it's really, we're focused on proliferating awareness, access, and development of healthcare technological innovations and practices. And so that's about helping to improve brain health and skills in order to affect the trajectory between preventative health and lifestyle intervention. And in practice, what this requires is building bridges between brain health visionaries, the best practitioners, pioneering innovators, and forward-thinking investors. So let's face it, without a proactive approach to a brain-healthy culture, that $2.5 trillion price tag I mentioned earlier in lost productivity, that will increasingly continue to balloon. And so Brain Matrix Alliance is at the forefront of connecting the necessary components that fully leverage our brain wealth. Now, my personal journey into this health space is a storied one. And as you saw my parents there, my dad recently passed away from Alzheimer's, and now my mom is exhibiting the same signs and symptoms. So as you can see, I'm not only personally invested in this from my own standpoint, but also wanting to help other families around the world address this impending global crisis that is hitting every part of the world, no matter the demographic, no matter the culture, or what have you. It's here, and we need to address it. Now, this is in conjunction with my background as a biopharmaceutical executive for over 20-something years, very well versed in the development of new therapeutics, commercialization, marketing, and all of those things, for which I'm currently working on with different initiatives with my organization. So in that sense, I want to move on to a couple of studies which reference some of the new scientific science that I just mentioned here. And that is the next slide here. Yeah, here we go. So we have neuroplasticity. And again, these are just a few of the myriad of scientific research that is ongoing at the moment, which offers some exciting outcomes that is primed to be a game changer, if you will. We have neuroplasticity, a study titled Dynamic Brains and Changing Rules of Neuroplasticity, Implications for Learning and Recovery. And as I stated, one of the previous speakers, Marcia, touched on how we can change our brain, which in a sense is rewiring the neural pathways. So this is an example of one study. Then when we look at exploring epigenetic changes, how we can change our gene expression and how that affects us as adults. And this titled study is Exploring Epigenetic Changes Across the Lifespan of the Human Brain by Akbarian and others at the Friedman Brain Institute. And this is an ongoing study. Then we have Engineering Longevity. It's titled Design of a Synthetic Gene Oscillator to Slow Cellular Aging. And as you may know, longevity is trending very big right now. And it's looking at things such as cellular aging. And of course, there are a lot of biotech startups, some of which I'm involved with, which are looking at different types of modalities to address senescent cell. Again, it's just a zombie-like state of cells that forget to die. And of course, that's one of the hallmarks for aging. Then we move on to psychedelics. Psychedelics and longevity, a holistic approach to living longer. And again, as I mentioned earlier, psychedelics are trending big because it's not only about mental disorders, but there are other possibilities with ongoing research that's looking at how psychedelics can affect Alzheimer's, hypertension, cardiometabolic disease states, and so on. So a very exciting time to be in the space of biotech and pharmaceutical, which, like I said, I have experience with and have a passion for on a professional level, and of course, as I just mentioned, for a personal level. So let's move on to the next slide here. And that is again, what I just mentioned about the synergetic effects of psychedelics, mental health issues leading to shorter lifespans, hypertension and cardiovascular disease, diabetes and cardiometabolic health, and again, Alzheimer's and cognitive degeneration. On the next slide here, we have what I call bridging the gap, which is, of course, the topic of this talk here. So how do we begin to do that? Well, cognitive neuroscience research suggests that the worsening trend of brain outcomes, disease, mental health, decline, hopelessness, brain fog, loneliness, all of these can be reversed. Life trajectories can change based on healthier brain habits. Memory, cognitive function, intelligence, and even mental health can be impacted by how we protect and train our brains. And you might be saying, well, KJ, that sounds great, but what do you mean we can change our brain? In what way? Well, the brain that you have is the brain that you built based on how you've used it. So we know that through repeating habits and the effects of our environment, those things influence our neuroplasticity and epigenetics, as we just explained. So what this means is we can actually rewire and retrain our brain to become healthier and stronger. And in fact, there are research studies that have documented this. And one is the landmark study where 180 adults of all ages, of those, 80% of those participants saw an improvement in their brain health index scores. And that is basically a scientifically validated measure of the brain's holistic health and fitness. And those participants who engaged the most with proactive brain health strategies experienced the largest gains. And so that particular study was titled A Novel Brain Health and Index Prototype Improved by Telehealth, Deliberate Training During COVID-19 by Chapman and others, published in the Frontiers in Public Health. So again, it goes back to what a previous speaker said. It really is about focusing on protecting and training your brain, and there are steps and ways to do that. And that leads us to this next slide here, changing the narrative. So what's it going to take? Well, the action that Brain Metrics Alliance is engaged in is producing 2 public programs. We are going to be having our 2nd annual Brain Matrix Alliance Innovation World Summit, which was very successful last year. We're in the beginning throes of planning that for this year. And then we just conducted our Brain Awareness Week, where we invite adults and kids, families, stakeholders, neuroscientists, therapists, investors, brain visionaries, all of those in terms of allowing them to better understand what they can do to protect and train their brain. So with that, I ask each of you to join Brain Metrics Alliance and myself to proliferate brain health. And let's help keep people feeling a sense of hope and resourcefulness. In some cultures, they might think, well, being senile or having dementia, that's just part of aging. Well, it doesn't have to be. And we're here, my organization and I are here to tell you and show you that it doesn't have to be that way. And so with that, I will allow you to scan my QR code here if you'd like to be in touch. Love to hear what your thoughts are and see what the possibilities are for collaboration. That said, thank you, Arijit, for allowing me this time, and looking forward again to the possibilities of working together with each of you. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you so much. Thank you, Levin. Well, definitely, yes, as a ecosystem enabler, as a complete structural diagram that we have jointly with multiple different countries, and definitely will be more than happy to check, see that how we can make things possible. In fact, there are possibilities in Dubai, which you feel that if we can take things forward, definitely from the royal family perspective, I sit there as an innovation and investment director. We'll be more than happy to check that if we can do something cool together, maybe after World Leader Summit, if we can connect with each other over a Zoom call, we can explore the possibilities for sure. Thank you so much for
awesome.
Yeah.
Thank
so
you.
there is a question that actually came from social media. Let me pull up that question. The question is directed to Mr. Pereira, but then because he is going to leave, he has got some other engagements. Maybe I can answer that. Someone is asking, Dubai gives amazing opportunity and option to open a company. It's very easy to open a company. But then when it comes to the corporate account in the banks, it is not that easy. So can Royal Family Office helps and supports on this? Well, the answer is yes. If you are connected with the Royal Family, of course, every door is open for you. It depends whom you connect, how you connect. I'll give you a very small input. If you really want to know how to grow business, the essence is to build trust. And when you build a trust with another trusted person who is already established in that particular country, who are coming from a very rich experience, background, and connectivity, whether that is with government, whether that is with corporates, your job becomes much more easy. So feel free to write to us, write to our email ID. It's worldleadersummit@gmail.com if you want to connect in the Gmail, or if you can really want to connect that question directly to our team, you can go to https worldleadersummit.com. There is a page which you can fill up. And if you really want to raise capital, you can go to co-innovateventures.com. There is a page for startups and SME separately. You can fill this. We can see, we can go for a round of interview. We can understand your need, understand your company, and then we can connect you with the right kind of investment body. And sometimes if it is in our capacity, in our network, our fund can definitely invest that. Well, with this note, let me not take more time. Let me go to our next speaker. Mr. Lavan, please stay back with us. It might happen that somebody will ask question because your speech is just ended. And then I'll pull up that question.
Yes.
Yeah. So Dr. Gayatri, I can see Dr. Gayatri Devi is already there. If you can kindly turn on your microphone. Yes, thank you so much.
Hi.
Hi,
Am I audible?
you are audible loud and clear. So I'll keep my microphone mute so that the floor can be yours for 15 minutes. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Arjit. Good evening, everyone. My name is Dr. Gayatri Devi, and I am an associate professor from Aurora University in Hyderabad, India. It is an honor to be a part of this esteemed gathering of world leaders where we come together to share insights and collaborate on diverse topics ranging from education to AI to some renewable resources and energies. I have seen a lot of variety of topics. But anyways, today I will be discussing a crucial topic that impacts our younger generation, mental health and well-being in education. So just imagine a classroom where every student feels supported, understood, and empowered. Unfortunately, this is not the reality for many, as study shows that nearly 1 in 5 students experience mental health challenges. I would like to share my PowerPoint. Can I?
Yeah, sure, you can. As long as it doesn't
Yes.
have any kind of internet data or picture from internet.
No,
Yeah.
that has been taken care of. So is that visible?
Yes.
Okay. So what is mental health? The World Health Organization defines health as a state of complete physical, mental, and social well being, and it is not merely the absence of disease or infirmity. The physical health, social health, and mental health all together forms a health of a person. If any one of these factors is disturbed, then we can say that we are not a healthy person. So, what is mental health? So, a mental health condition that has a negative effect on the way an individual thinks, feels, and behaves. Mental health is vital at every stage of life, from your childhood to your adolescence and throughout your adulthood. It influences our overall quality of life and is essential for personal development, productivity, and well being. There are three main components of mental health: the social health, emotional health, and behavioral health. Social health is the ability to form and maintain positive relationships with others, and to adapt different social situations. Whereas emotional health is all about your ability to cope with both positive and negative emotions. They motivate us to seek out meaningful experiences, avoid danger and embarrassment. It is nothing but your thought process. Behavioral health can be qualified by things like how you are engaged with the world around you, how well you are functioning, the quality of your relationships, and the degree to which you feel a sense of belonging and community. So, before moving on to the main topic, I would like to present some key statistics, or you can say the facts, that highlights the significance of mental health issue. So, it is globally, we can see that it is estimated that 1 in 7, 14% of 10 to 19-year-olds experience mental health condition, yet these remain largely unrecognized and untreated. Suicide is the third leading cause of death in older adolescents and young adults. In 2019, the prevalence of alcohol use among 15 to 19-year-olds was high worldwide with very few gender differences. I'm sorry, the slide is moving fast. So the eating disorder is another main issue which the youth are facing now. Nearly 0.1% of 10 to 14-year-olds are facing that. So why is mental health important for the students? The consequences of failing to address adolescent mental health conditions extend to adulthood, impairing both physical and mental health, limiting our opportunities to lead fulfilling lives as adults. As an educator, I have seen firsthand the challenges that the students, especially those from Generation Z and single child families, face. I can see them, they are having lots of self doubt, they are very adamant, and they are having a little bit of issues. So, what are the risks when there is a poor mental health? There is an increased risk of disengagement. The poor mental health in youth increases the risk of school absences, dropout, and risky behaviors, including the increased use of substance use and unsafe sexual practices. There will be challenges to learning. It will hinder your focus, concentration, resilience, and your ability to build healthy interpersonal relationships. And there will be definitely a decline in academic performance. And it all sum up to a serious health risk. The chronic stress and untreated mental health issues may lead to clinical depression, anxiety, and in severe cases, suicidal thoughts. So what are the common mental health conditions in students? Anxiety. Anxiety disorders are characterized by persistent worry, fear, and stress that interferes with one's everyday life. Can you believe that teens are worried about acne just because they are having lots of acne that leads them to depression? Just because you have that fear of missing out, FMAO, the social media pressure, your peer pressure, everything leads to some depression. So the depression is nothing but you will be having a persistent low mood, fatigue, and profound sadness. They are the prominent symptoms of major depression. Substance use disorders, the frequent use of alcohol or drugs that interferes with a person's behavior in day-to-day life. Bipolar disorder. Sometimes you'll be having a very low mood and sometimes you'll be having a manic high moods, and this can sometimes last for weeks long. Eating disorders or illnesses that affect a person's relationship with food and body image. Anorexia is a major concern now we are facing with the youth, especially in the youth in the adolescent age and in the college higher education students. And the other problem which we are facing is obsessive compulsive disorder. OCD is a chronic long-lasting anxiety disorder where a person experiences unreasonable, uncontrollable, recurring thoughts followed by behavioral response. And of course, there is PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder. When you have experienced a shocking or dangerous event, it will be difficult recovering from the trauma that the event has caused. What are the mental health determinants? There are many different types, especially regarding your biological factors. Individually, what happens? The genetics, the family history can be, family history of mental health conditions can increase risk. Some family heredity, they have the problem of schizophrenia, dementia, and there is a chance of biochemical changes, abnormal balance of special chemicals in the brain called neurotransmitters. And of course, you have some medical conditions. tumors, head injury, and deficiencies. Academic pressure. Which student does not have an academic pressure? When you are poor in time management, it leads to academic pressure. When you are not able to perform academically well, that leads to an academic pressure. When you are having an unhealthy lifestyle, when you sleep late, when you wake up late, so when your entire biological cycle is disturbed, when you are not following a proper diet, when you're not exercising, this all leads to an unhealthy lifestyle, which in terms builds up your academic pressure, the family expectations. So when there are comparisons with your siblings or your friends, that also leads to academic pressures. And of course, there are exams. Nearly 75% of the students, especially in India, they are scared of exams. Psychological factors. This is another mental health determinant. When you are affected by a traumatic event, when that traumatic event could have happened to you, to your family member, a close death in your family, or even a COVID-19 also affected the youth very much in such a way that so much of counseling sessions were held all over the world, especially for the youth. When you don't have a proper coping skills, when you have a lower self-esteem, when you have negative thoughts, when you have unhealthy eating habits, when there is a substance abuse, when there is an emotional abuse, when you don't have a loving family, when you experience some domestic abuse in your family, either to you or to your family members, that also results in an emotional abuse. The next factor is social determinants of health. When you don't have a proper economic stability, the social and community context, the neighborhood and environment, when you don't have a proper neighborhood, when you are having where you keep on seeing violence and some other poverty, all this affects your mental health. The healthcare, when you don't get treated for your mental health issues, that also becomes a problem. Education, when you don't have enough knowledge about what is mental health. In India, still now, even if we say that we want to meet a psychologist, people look down at us. So that has to be changed. So these are the 7 warning signs that you can see that if you see in your child, you can ensure that your child has a mental illness. When there is a mood swings, just watch out for severe changes in emotions. It can be lasting for weeks. It may affect your relationship in the home or in your schools. There will be some behavioral changes, extreme feelings, behavioral changes will be there. Difficulty in concentrating. Just look for signs whether they are not able to focus, whether sitting still. Just watch that. Physical symptoms. Most of the children will say, I am having stomachache, I am having headache, I'm not well. So those can also be the problem that can lead to a mental illness. Physical harm. Some children, they harm themselves. Self-injury is a type of mental illness only. Substance abuse. So how to improve mental health in studies? Give the students confidence to speak up. As an educator, you should promote their positive self-esteem. You should encourage the students to practice mindfulness. Teach the importance of good nutrition. Encourage students to exercise daily. Teach students how to set realistic goals. So in what ways the universities can promote mental health wellness? Improve the student school life balance. Universities can facilitate this balance by implementing policies that encourage self-care and time management. They can offer flexible scheduling options and reducing unnecessary academic pressures so that it can alleviate the stress and support students' mental well-being. Regularly check on students and assess their needs. We should keep on checking the students and we should assess them, how they are, whether they need some support. We have to give them timely support. Not only that, it has to be tailored according to the child's need. So provide students with better access to school-based mental health services. Providing students with better access to school-based mental health services not only supports individual well-being, but also contributes to the cultivation of a compassionate and inclusive university environment. Train professors, school staff, and students in mental health response. Bring peers together for a better support system. Oh my God. bring peers together for a better support system. I'm sorry. Just a second.
It's okay. Don't worry about your slide and just be yourself.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. Just I'm saying. So peer support is a powerful tool in combating mental health challenges. It encourages the formation and maintenance of peer support system within universities and can significantly contribute to the promotion of mental health wellness by fostering understanding and reducing stigma, promoting social connections, and providing diverse perspectives for support. Increase mental health awareness through campus-wide campaigns, which we have implemented in our university, and we can see very much positive results from our students ourselves. So it is all about raising awareness about mental health in order to reduce the stigma and promote a culture of care. So we have to design a campus-wide campaigns in such a way that it will promote their mental health wellness by reducing stigma, promoting help-seeking behavior, providing information and resources, and creating a supportive environment for the entire university community. Thank you. Just quickly, I will see.
Yeah, you can turn off your presentation. It's okay.
Yeah, that is what I'm trying to do.
No worries.
Is it turned off?
No, not yet.
Is it turned off now?
No.
No?
No.
Oh, here it is. Okay.
I did that.
Sorry.
It's okay. Yeah.
Sorry, this is my maiden speech over here in a group of world leaders. So a little bit, of course, I am flustered and my PowerPoint didn't go the way as I have expected. I'm really very sorry.
That's okay.
So thank you. That's all about our mental health and well-being. So though I am basically a mechanical engineer and my research interest is in industrial automation, recently by seeing my students over, especially the last few years, it questioned me where the students are going on, how we should treat them. Their mental health is also should be taken care of like that. So I started studying and I started doing courses on that, and I started concentrating and counseling my students. So I thought that this topic is very much important for today's youth. Thank you very much. Thank you, Arjit, for giving me this opportunity. Thank you all.
Yeah.
And please forgive me for some mismanagement.
No problem. So let me pull up one question, which is probably directed to our previous speaker.
Yeah.
I hope that you are here. Both of you can probably answer this. Then maybe I can put my comments. How AI and AR impacting in the situations of mental health? Is there any kind of application development happening? If yes, can we know? Lavan, if you're there, KJ Lavan.
Yes. So there are some things that are being developed right now with AI in terms of being able to obviously create complex data sets and predict the types of disease states that one might be prone to. And so, we're talking about, again, Alzheimer's or any other disease states based on the AI's ability to really quickly go through a data set point to determine or predict what might be happening with them. As well, there are also what's called brain-computer interface, and that is emerging technologies that's focused on being able to use augmented and virtual reality in order to provide the therapy necessary to, I guess, focus on certain regions of the brain where that disorder might be occurring, whether it be, the broken synapse and connections between neurons. or just being able to repair, say, for TBI, traumatic brain injury. And then there's, of course, epigenetics, which I talked about in my talk. Being able to identify lifestyle changes and modifications that can impact a person's health, which ultimately affects their longevity, the capacity to overcome, again, some childhood trauma, which for most of us does impact our adult life and how we live physically and mentally. So those types of technologies are advancing. And in fact, one of the startups I'm working on and developing is targeting that particular aspect of this new science. So yeah, there are lots of things that are trending, and I'd be happy to explore more with whoever else would want to find more about it. About that. All right, thank you.
Super, not a problem. So I'll give you a little bit of background, Dr. Gayatri, so that maybe you can understand me as a person as well as how strong we are in this forum. So World Leader Summit, this is the you can say yearly mega summit that we celebrate. Apart from that, we have got a community, we have got a group of people whom we call as ambassador. We do monthly program each and every country that usually happens physically and online both. I don't host that. It is completely depends on the ambassador and their own ecosystem. We support with our mentors, with the global audience, as well as our speakers, which is like approximate 101 countries network. It is not a speaking platform only. It has got our own fund, our own accelerator. And me, as a coming from a background of entrepreneur, completely bootstrapped. I started India as one of the first game development company. Did quite a bit in this ecosystem. I'm a mentor, I'm an author, I'm a guide, and definitely I don't care whom I'm speaking to, whether that's a doctorate, whether that's a very big corporate CEO, or whether that's a very small student. I speak to everyone. In fact, I speak to maybe a telawala in India. Maybe I speak to maybe a 3 years old baby as well. So I understand where you are coming from. And you are right, mental health is a big challenge. As I said yesterday, a psychologist, he came in World Leader Summit sharing his insights. I can see there is a huge gap. I started my life with 2 different verticals. Started the game development company, plus giving training to the young kids. My students used to be only 2 years gap with me that time. I was 17 when I became a teacher, and my students used to be 15 years old, 13 years old. Yeah. I started giving them training on programming. Nowadays, they are established, very well established in multiple different corporates, scattered in all over the globe. And I'm really proud about that. But when I speak to a 19-year-old, maybe a girl, a small girl, maybe half of my age, sometimes when I speak to a man, maybe a 27 years old one, I see that there is a huge gap. This gap is happening because maybe we forgot how to balance between life and work, how to balance between karma and dharma, how to understand our soul, which is aham, and how to understand who we are. So there lies the main gap. It is not about only a mental health. It is about the upbringing that we do to ourselves. I'll not talk about our kids only. It is us, this generation. So they look at us as a role model. So if you look at probably a 19-year-old girl who is saying that, sir, I really want to do some freelancing work, but I'm not allowed from my home. I'm in my first year of my college, but then I want to earn because I really don't want to take any kind of money from my father. I want to do some freelancing. Maybe I want to write. Maybe I want to do some graphic designing. So when somebody says no, then the pressure comes. I want to grow. Why I'm being so, clustered with all those kind of inputs. I can go on probably. It's a different topic. I will request you and all the others who really want to do something on maybe connecting with the nature. I call it as connecting with nature rather than only mental health. We floated. So I'm a serial entrepreneur. I really don't want to promote myself in World Leader Summit. You can read about me if you Google me. We started a camp in Himachal. We floated it completely without electricity, with only solar power. Every cottage that we build is with wood. Every food that we give is completely natural, pure organic, and that is coming from Ayurveda, a very old Bharatiya method of healing people from inside. So if any one of you feel that we can join hands, it only started in Himachal, but then I'm getting inputs from various different parts of the world. It's only 1.5 months old baby, apart from running my various other ventures. In 1.5 months, we had footfall from Turkey and UK, where people came just to heal themselves. So if you feel that we can be any of your help, we'll be more than happy. With this note, I will skip one question from social media. I'll ask Doctor to please stay back with us because we have our next speaker. Sonal, if you can kindly turn on your video and your microphone. And after Sonal, I can see Dr. Shaina Qureshi is already here. Yes, Sonal Mehta, welcome to World Leaders Summit. I will keep my microphone mute because I'm a guy. If you give me mic, I will keep continuing my conversation. Zip on. Floor is yours.
Thank you so very much, Arijit, for giving me an opportunity to be a part of WLS. This is the second time I'm there on the WLS platform, and really looking forward to interacting with the other speakers also. And I think it's a very good platform for the speakers to come all over the world and share their thoughts on various topics. So, I would like to start with a brief introduction about myself today. So, the topic that I'm going to speak about today is more about startups. So, it's like, today everybody wants to be a startup founder. So, but are we ready to be a startup founder? First of all, the first question would be why a startup? And then, are you ready to be a startup founder? So I would like to start with a brief introduction about myself, first of all. So that's Sonal Mehta. I represent Resurgent India. So we are basically category 1 merchant bankers. So I've been into the corporate banking side for last almost 19 years of my career now, where I work with corporates on their growth journeys. So I have had the opportunity of working with a lot of mid sectors and large sector companies. Have seen startups turning into unicorn, mid-sized companies becoming into large cap, and then listing as a part of it. I'm quite blessed to work with a lot of brilliant promoters and CEOs and see their growth journeys. Apart from Resurgent, I wear many more hats right now. I also work as a mentor with IIT Guwahati, where I work with a couple of their students on their entrepreneurship journey, students who want to turn into entrepreneurs. So working with them on their pitch decks, financial model, valuation, fundraise exercise. So that's another vertical that I work with. So I think I would like to take the discussion forward on this today. So it's like in the late 3-4 years when you talk about when a child is still in his schools, probably any 8th grader or the 9th grader, if you ask them today that, what do you want to be when you grow up? So I would say out of 10, 8 of the times I get the answer is, I want to be an entrepreneur. I absolutely do not feel, that there is any harm in that, and it's actually a good way, that shows the way India is growing today and, the way entrepreneurship is going today in the Indian market, that, students who are in school right now are thinking of becoming entrepreneurs. And but there is one risk involved in that, that probably most of these kids are influenced by Shark Tank. So, probably they feel that forming a company is easy. And then running a business is easy. And getting funding is even easier because, they just see it on Shark Tank, anybody who comes in, pitches, and the money is ready there. But that's not the actual fact about it. So there is a lot of journey which, you need to cross through before you reach the funding stage, right from idea stage, right from, probably conceptualization stage, right from implementation and growing your team and then going into the fundraise part of it. So it just takes some time briefly to run through the whole process that is involved, right, and from in the startup stages right now. First of all, why startup? So it's like, when you're talking about being a startup founder, why do you want to be a startup founder? See, there is no harm doing a 9 to 5 kind of a job. You may be very intelligent, you may be the brightest in your class, you might have a very good idea, but you still want to do a 9 to 5 job. And, I think that's a personal choice which anybody has, because, each has its own advantages and disadvantages that you're talking about right now. So, first, like I said, inspiration from Shark Tank. Why startup? Why? Because people are very influenced by the Shark Tank thing, that easy money coming in and nice ideas people have been thinking about. And then second would be building your family legacy. Your family is already into the business part of it, and you feel that probably you would also like to do a business and you want to start up on their own part of it. So that's another reason that most of the younger generation today is getting into the startup ecosystem. Then making impactful ideas. You may have an idea, which you think that can change the world, or can get some probably boost the economy part of it, or can value add. There is some idea which is out of the box, which is not being tried and tested right now, and you think it's a need of the hour. It may be a new idea, or it may be an idea which is already there, but you think your product can value add there. For example, Paytm, when you're talking about, it's like the Paytm, when they came into the market, there were many players who were already there, but when they came into the market, they had a different idea to pitch in. They were value adding into the system, so that's why they've been successful. Similarly, if you're talking about Blinkit, so when Blinkit came in, they were the first ones there were already many players who were there in the market who were delivering at home. But, the concept of 10 minutes delivery kind of a thing was, I think, their out of the box thinking, which made them successful today. So, probably if you are planning to do a startup, you have to work on your idea. You should have an idea which you think, can bring a change to the system overall. So that is something, where people generally come on the starting of a startup. Then let us also discuss briefly about startup versus professionals. Benefits of being a professional and, benefits of doing a startup. Like I said, both have their own benefits when they talk about. So benefits of startup, it's like fixed salary, less ownership. You may be the CEO of the company, but you're not the founder. So it's like, the ultimate responsibility of managing the cash flows and salaries and the team lies with the founder. So you may be the topmost layer in the company, but you still don't have that responsibilities of ownership, which is left to the founder. Then the team support that you're talking about, that if you are running or if you're working with an MNC, you have a huge team which is there to support you. But when you do a startup, most of the time you are a solo person who's running the startup. There, even if you have to be an office boy sometime, you have to be a courier boy sometime, you are the CEO sometime, you are the marketing head sometime. So, you have wearing multiple hats and managing that. And yes, lastly, a 9 to 6 job, a regular weekend, holidays, which is like dream for a startup founder. So these are some of the benefits when you're talking about from a professional, in case you are getting in for a professional job. And yes, but when you're talking about startups, they have their own benefits. You are the boss. You can take your own calls. So it's like, you can make your own decisions. If you have some strategy in mind, you don't have to go to 10 people to get an approval on that basis. You can implement that idea. Yes, the result may be good or bad, but you are the owner of that. So that way, you have that liberty to take your own decisions. You can experiment with your ideas till you succeed. Yes, because if you are the founder, you have the liberty that you can probably keep changing the strategies, plans till the time you reach one level where you think that you probably like to implement that. Whereas when you're going in a professional work environment, that if you are not successful and got one idea or tried it twice, so there is a pressure from the team, let's drop it. So you don't have that experimental experience right now that you can talk about. And yes, you are the brand ambassador of your company. So all the attention is on you. So that responsibility of putting in your best is even more. So there is a lot of limelight which is involved, and you are the face of the company. So obviously, you are the star at that point of time. So these are a couple of the benefits that we're talking about for a startup, as well as for a professional jobs that we're talking about today. Then even if you decide about going for a startup right now, so like I said, it's a personal choice. Each has its own plus and minuses. There is nothing rule book, if you are very intelligent, then you have to go into the professional thing. Or there's nothing like that. Probably you're not able to get a job. That's why you've got into your own startup. So it's a personal choice. It's your idea. It's your lifestyle that you have to take a call. That whether you want to do a startup or you want to do a professional work experience. I know a lot of guys, who've been working professionally, and but parallelly they have a brilliant idea, which they've been working on their ideas also simultaneously. Yes, obviously, there has to be a clear demarcation of the work that these guys are doing. There has to be, probably wherever they're working professionally, they cannot have a competition as a startup there. But if there's a demarcation and these guys are able to manage both the things parallelly, I know a lot of guys who've been running successful startups, even with their professional work environment. So I don't think there's any harm in that. But now, if you have decided about, going ahead with a startup, so there are certain things which we need to take care about. Then first one is idea, like we were discussing about. So you have to first think about, the product or the idea that you have. What is their market, not only in India, but globally? Because unless and until you're clear about because India, you may be able to expand that probably for initial 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, but globally also you have to think about that what is the market there for the product or the idea that you have, even in the global market. And you also need to do a lot of market research on those bases, on the product that you have right now, that is this a relevant product? Probably, today it may be a relevant product, but, probably down the line, 5 years, 6 years, 7 years down the line, what is the market for this product? For example, EV. Everybody has been talking about EV today, that, everybody wants to get into EV today. But you have to think it from a longer perspective, that 5 years, 6 years down the line, do you think there will be a market for a EV even in India as well as globally? So when you have to decide about a product, spend some time, think about it. What is the product that you want to get into it? Then is the competitor analysis. Competitor analysis would include that doing the deep research on the people who've been doing this product till now, and what has been their journey, how have they been successful in that, and what do you want to do different? So it's like, if there are already 5 people who are working on the same product and have been in the market for last 6 years, 7 years down the line. So what is a new thing that you want to talk about here, which you think will make you different from them or will make you successful from them? So that understanding about the competitor analysis is also very, very critical when you're talking about doing a startup. Then comes the government policies and support. There are a lot of policies which are there, from the government side also to support the startup. So you have to deep dive into it and understand, for the product that you are talking about, what are the government initiatives, what are the government policies to support that. Because frankly speaking, initially when you're talking about, you will require a lot of government support for licenses, for approvals, for initial funding as well. So you have to also understand more about that, what is the support of the government in this sector. And then setting up a company. So setting up a company is very, very crucial. I have seen a lot of cases, where the founders have just started the company, one registration of the company is done, and they start doing the work on those bases. And later on, when the company has been working for 1 year, for 2 years, that is where, sometimes there are so many legal compliances, due diligence, trademark issues which starts coming in. And in these cases, there are cases where the company had to shut down. So it's very, very critical for you to hire a good legal guy who can help you setting up that company, taking care of all the legal due diligence, compliances, and trademarks, everything that is required to be taken care. It may be a time-consuming process. You might take 1 month, 1.5 months to set up a company, but that's the most crucial thing when you are setting up a company which needs to be taken care, because otherwise things becomes very dirty and becomes very difficult at some point of time. So I have a couple of live examples, where the companies have been taken to soup by the government, or the promoters have gone behind the bars because of legal compliances, due diligence not being taken care. Now, this is that we had talked about for the initial stages of the startups when we're talking about. The second question that comes is funding. So funding, again, is a very, very important concept, which, as a founder, you need to understand. The funding can be in the two ways. One, you can be bootstrapped. Bootstrap would mean that, you have sufficient capital right now with you in your bank balances, or, the families are there to support you, or there's a legacy business where the money can come in for the initial 2-3 years, and you decide that I don't need to borrow it from the market. I have a good idea. I've done legal due diligence compliance part of it, and I can manage my business for initial 3-4 years. And then probably I would like to go in for a funding part of it, which is a brilliant idea. Because, if you are bootstrapped for good 3-4 years, that gives a lot of confidence to the investors also to pitch in, to come into your business, because, they understand that these people have run the company for 3-4 years. They've taken a company to one level, and the promoters are sound enough. So the idea is sellable, the product market fit is there, the promoters are sound, and they've been able to manage the business. So that way, if you can manage a company bootstrap, there is nothing like it, because there is no investor pressure. One, even if you get an investor at the initial stages, so once the investor comes in, the investor pressure is always there. So your attention is more, focused on how to give them return back. Because obviously, when you're borrowing from someone in the initial stages of the business, so the return has to be given it to them. You're more focused about, how to give them returns back. And sometimes you tend to take decisions in the business which are not good for the business, but you have to take it just because, you have to give the return to the investors, or you're answerable to the people who have invested into the business right now. So that's, one drawback once you are borrowing money at the initial stages of the business. So my personal recommendation is, if you can run the company 3-4 years, bootstrapped, and then go in for an investment, you would be in a better position to grow your company, because there is no investor pressure. And plus, the valuation of the company, when you're talking about after 3-4 years, would be much better. Then you go to an investor at an idea stage, because when you go after 3-4 years, the investor is able to see the track record, and he does the valuation accordingly on those bases. So second question here would be, even if you go in for a fundraise, what are the various options which are available to the founders today? So one is an equity route that we're talking about, where, probably, again, that would depend upon if you're going to investor at an idea stage or an early stage. So there are couple of angel investors, there are a couple of HNIs, family offices who are ready to give you money at a seed capital level. So there, they're basically working on your idea. So that is where, the early stage fundings generally come in. And if you have crossed that stage where the company is already in the market for last 4 or 5 years, then you're looking at a growth capital. Then there are a couple of VC funds who can come in as equity investors. In both these situations, your valuation plays a very important role. So whenever you're going in for a equity fundraise, be it at an idea stage or at a VC stage, it is very critical for you to get engaged with the registered valuer who can do a valuation for your business and then go and discuss it in the market with the equity investor for two simple reasons. One, that, as a founder, you would have one valuation expectation in mind. And, but when it comes on books, so on the numbers, there would be sometimes a major difference between valuation, what it shows in the numbers, and what is the actual valuation which is there in your mind. In my personal experience, we are registered valuers also. So where, probably out of 10 valuation, 2 times the promoter backs out, saying, that probably this is not the valuation that I'm expecting right now. So let's give it 2-3 years more. Once I reach that valuation, then would be the right time. Probably I would like to go in for a equity fundraise, which is decent, right? Probably as a promoter, you have your own set of expectations. And if the valuation is not up to that level, it's as well better wait and watch, grow your business to that level, and then go in for a valuation. And for the second reason why the valuation is important, because when you're speaking to the investor, you are prepared yourself that, probably this is the valuation I have right now. And in case, the valuation, the numbers which the investor is talking about is very different from what the actual valuation is, you are in a better position to negotiate with them because you've got the valuation done and you've done your homework. So you are able to negotiate with them. No, this is the valuation that we're talking about. And this is the percentage we're talking about. So that gives you a lot of confidence when you go to the investor that the valuation is in place and this is what we're talking about. The other route that we're talking about is through the debt funding. Under the debt funding also, again, would depend upon, the various stages that you guys are sitting on. If you're at an idea stage or at a growth stage, then there is a crowdfunding platform where, there are fundings which can be done through CCD route, through CCP routes. There are a lot of platforms which are available like Tyke or Keto or Impact Guru kind of guys, where, probably you can place your product there and there are multiple investors who come and invest there. Then we have angel investors and HNIs and family offices who invest in the debt form also. So apart from equity, these guys also have a debt platform. ICICI Ventures has a debt platform where these guys invest in startups on their fundraise journey. Then peer-to-peer lending is another popular way for a new business to raise funds, where they're aspiring companies needing money and connecting directly with the lender willing to offer loan at a higher risk. So that's another model that we have. Now, currently, there are a couple of deals which are happening on the venture debt side also. Venture debt is more of a structured funding where, it's a mix of debt and equity both, where probably, the institutional investors come and invest money. And in case, you are at a growth stage where you have 5 years, 6 years of balance sheet right now, then you can go in for a term loan or a working capital kind of structure as well. There are a lot of government schemes also which are available for MSMEs. So depending upon the locations that you're coming out, you should definitely check in for the government schemes also which are available. In India market right now, there is a startup funding scheme which is available by the government. So anybody who's interested to know more about that, please connect with me personally. I would be happy to discuss with you on those perspectives. So that's another thing which we can look at right now. So I think, personally, this is what is from my side where, I wanted to cover on why startups and what are the funding opportunities which are available right now for the startups as such. And I would just like to conclude with one quote that I generally talk about for startups, that, there are three stages in a startup. One is Hosh, Josh, and Zid. Hosh, I generally talk about that when you are trying to set up, you have to have been, in all your senses to decide about what product line to start up, idea stage, then you're doing a market research, legal compliance, due diligence to be done. And then, second comes the Josh, that, when you're already set up, then you need all the energy and the team and, all the gearing up to run your company to a growth stage. And Z is, when you've already got into the business, then there is no looking back. You can change the product line, but you can't close a business. So you have to be, sure about that. You have to look forward. There is no looking back. So thank you so much. This was from my side for all the entrepreneurs. Would love to connect with anybody who wants to discuss further. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sonal, for your insight. That was completely precise details. Of course, from the India perspective, from a few bit of parts of Asia. So funding works differently. And yeah, I completely echo your words. Nowadays, startup is a buzzword, at least in Indian perspective. Even
I think
though
everywhere, Jeet, it's like, when you're talking about students, even globally, everybody wants to do a startup today.
right. But there are countries where actually this is not that buzzword. There are places like South Africa. There are places in Africa. Startup is completely new. People
Yes.
think that till date in India, there is a concept going on that if you start, there will be funding. Of course, that happens from media perspective. We always celebrate if somebody get funded. It's a point of celebration. Rather, it is just starting point of your venture.
Absolutely.
Because you are scaling up. Success comes much later on. So it's a complicated process and it's a big subject. Really, thanks to you to wrap it up within this short time of 15-20 minutes. It's not that easy. Talking about so much about, of course, funding, of course, mentoring, of course, different kind of grants, VC funds. Well, interesting fact, we have our own fund at the moment registered in USA. We expanded that
Okay.
and we have our own accelerator that we started 3 years back. Not sure last year you know that. We have around 56 startups in the cohort. Every 6 months we take them.
Wow.
Yeah.
And is that globally that you guys have?
Yes, we have
Would
that.
love to connect sometime. Reason behind, since I'm working with IIT Guwahati students and couple of other startup opportunities keep coming back to me where these guys are looking at some funding and good promoters. So would definitely like to understand better
Sure,
how we can work on it.
We can definitely. So we have a couple of questions. Probably I'll pull that up from the social media. Give me a moment. I'm trying to do that. Question is probably directed to our previous speaker. I'll take this question, then I will ask the next speaker, Vishweshwar. He was waiting for quite a long time to speak. If you can turn on your microphone and your, oh, lovely, and your video, super. Before you start, let me ask this question to Dr. Gayatri. Dr. Gayatri, are you there? And I'll request Sonal to please stay back with us.
Yes, Arjit, I'm here.
Super. The question is coming from social media. Why you feel parents don't understand information translation to knowledge from youngsters' point of view? Oh my God, it's a deep question. Shall I repeat it?
Yeah.
Why you feel parents don't understand information translation to knowledge from youngsters' point of view?
I think when we cross a certain age, all the parents, we become very protective of our children. So we always think that we have to protect them. We don't let them explore new things. We always say safety is important. And especially in this age of violence and social media, stalking and everything, the parents are very much scared. I'm a parent of two boys. Though I'm talking all about these things, we have to support the children and all that stuff. Still, I'm also a little bit scared. You have to let go of the rope at one time. So that is one thing which the parents should trust themselves as well as the children. they should trust. Trust is the main thing. So that does not get built up on one single day from your child's. When they were a child, you should start building a trust in small bits and everything. You should let them explore on their own. If they make mistakes, you should allow them. And you should not do helicopter parenting. That just as simple as that. And also there is an age gap also. So I am now 42. And I always try to keep in trend with my students as well as my teens. You know, I watch all the Korean web series and I want to be a Korean army. And I'm learning now the new Zen Alpha Kids language also about their social slangs, what they are using, skibidi, Ohio, all that stuff. So you also have to put some effort. You can't say that, oh, I can't understand what nonsense you're talking. I can't brush it off and I can't go off. So I should also try to get into their world and I also try to hear them. First, we have to hear them. I always spend some quality time with my students as well as my children. And I try to interact as much as possible with all the youth. So when
Super,
you're
super. Probably this became very easy for me because we make games, we create anime, and we interact a lot with elderly people as well as young kids. So definitely understanding their language and what they're thinking in their mind is not that easy to understand. You have to talk to them, you have to understand them in their own language. Korea, by the way, if you are a fan of Korean drama, we call it as a K-drama, or
yeah.
if you really want to explore more and more Korean animation stories or maybe the lifestyle, the entire country is different. I have multiple partners I have set up there. I'm not sure how many of you have checked Virtual Infocom. You can see that we have several different culture in the common company. We encourage that. So feel free to join us. And if you need any kind of support, we are always there. There are mentors. There are activists who are doing it like rigorously, almost various different parts of the globe. So let me take this opportunity to introduce our next speaker, Visheshwar. I'm sure that you are there with us. So
Uh,
keep
thank
myself
you.
muted. Oh,
Yeah,
thank you so much. You got your
yeah,
video back. Super.
yeah.
So
So, I
I'll give
mean,
you
I
the
will be,
flow. Sorry, 1 second. I'll give you the flow. After Visheshwar, we will have our speaker, Dr. Qureshi. She will be speaking, and then after that, we have I think Shakshar will join. We have Shakshar, and then after that, we have speaker coming from USA, Sherry. So Visheshwar, floor is yours. All yours. 15 minutes. I'll keep myself mute. Yep.
yeah. And maybe I can keep on and off my video because of the internet issue right now. So maybe in the introduction and then in between, right? So, okay, fine. Let me give a brief introduction about me, what we are doing right now, right? So I did my electronics and telecommunication graduation, right, in from Pune itself. Then did work in IT banking sector in Barclays for a few years. Then co-founded along with the other co-founders a tech company, right, where we were trying to bridge the gap between skill gap and knowledge gap, right, between academia and the industry, right. So we built a recommendation engine web application, right, where based on the user input, it used to suggest whatever relevant job profiles and skill set required, right, to do a certain job. So that was, I mean, that was our first company, right, a tech company. We did run that company for 2 years, but because of some monetary issues and we couldn't able to scale that, so we closed down that, right. After that, since last 1.5 year, I mean, after that, did work in health technology sector, where we were trying to again, my fellow colleagues, right, who talked about the mental health and all those things, right. So we were working on the same thing, prevention of neuropsychiatric disorders, where we were trying to build the hardware plus software. I mean, that is parallelly going on, which is a research intensive and capital intensive thing. So that is parallelly going on. And now, since last 1.5 year, we started Startups Gurukul, which is, I mean, where we try to understand problem statement of the company or entrepreneur, right, aspiring entrepreneurs. The realization was when we started our first company, I mean, we were the first generation entrepreneurs. We did not know anything. So we had to figure it out everything from the technology, from a fundraising part, from a go-to-market, sales, marketing, acquisition of team building, what are the co-founders agreement, employers agreements, right? All those things we had to figure it out, right? And it took us almost 1.5 years doing so many mistakes, right? So that was the inspiration to start the Startups Gurukul. Now we are doing this activity across the India. We associated with IIT Bombay, so where there are different startups across the country. There are deep tech startups from the Bangalore, Bombay, Pune, right? For those people, we are there. Whatever the limited knowledge, we are not saying we are the expert, but whatever the limited knowledge and experience that we collected over the period of time, we are sharing with those people that could save a lot of their time and resources, right? That could go waste, right? So that's what we are doing. And the topic that I have chosen to speak upon, right? The impact of, I mean, the hot topic nowadays, right? Which is not just a buzzword, but which is the real thing, I would say. Impact of AI, ML on humanity, I would say. Current in short term, long term, right? And which is happening as we speak here. There are a lot of things happening in the AI space, and which is disrupting each and every sector, almost every sector, right? And first-hand experience that I can talk about, right, which is the IT software industry, which we are working right now. So I would say the first example, if I take about the IT software industry, short-term impact, right, where 10 developers used to do a code, right now one developer can do that code and build a software. That is what the impact of AI ML right now. So that is a very huge impact on IT software, in not just IT software, but in the creative fields as well, right? When it comes to the poetry, when it comes to the literature part, right? So there is again AI is doing most of the job, right? And there are so many things that we can talk about, right? So here we are also consulting the companies or entrepreneurs how they can use AI ML in their business use cases, right? How they can automate their maybe when it comes to the business processes and cash management, cash flow, right? These are the different use cases in small enterprises, small medium businesses, right? Or maybe early stage companies, early stage startups. For those people, we are also consulting those people how they can integrate or implement, or how they can use AI tools, that can save their a lot of time and resources, right? And boost their productivity, right? Uh, when it comes to the education sector, right? Again, there is a impact when we visit to the schools, colleges, right? Students are doing assignments using the LLM tools, right? It could be Chat GPT, it could be Bing, it could be other few chatbots, right? Where they are using to do their homeworks, their assignments, maybe sometimes using in their exams, right? So this is what the impact of artificial intelligence, machine learning in education sector. It is going to increase in various ways, right? When it comes to the adaptive learning, when it comes to the I mean sharing knowledge in tier 2, tier 3, tier 4 cities, right? Again, that is again a huge advantage, and I would say the disadvantage of artificial intelligence and the machine learning, right? But at the same time, there are so many, we can say the pros and cons of the everything, every technology that, right? So when it comes to the negative side of AI ML part, there is a security issue, right? There is a bias. There is a security when we chat with the chatbots, right? The Chat GPT and similar tools, right? There are security issues, right? So we need to be careful. We need to implement from the government side, from a overall in the around the world, right? We need to implement some frameworks that can help us to secure the user data when we are interacting, when we are using these tools, right? So that is again, I would say the concern when it comes to the using AIML, implementing AIML technologies, right? When it comes to the health technology sector, right? There are so many health technology companies in Pune and in across the India and across the world, right? Which are using uh, Gen AI, artificial intelligence, machine learning in terms of prediction of the disease diagnosis part, analyzing medical data, analyzing patient history. Based on that, they can predict really well what's coming after, right? So that is again another advantage of machine learning, artificial intelligence in the health technology sector. For example, when we when they analyze the MRI, CT scan data, right? They can normally it will take so much time and effort for a normal doctor to analyze the data and giving some inputs or the diagnose the patient. But if we do it with the help of AI ML, right? It will hugely reduce the manual effort, and it will much more improve the accuracy and the precision when it comes to the diagnosis of a patient, right? So that is I would say the prediction of a disease or the diagnosis of a disease, right? That is much more improved, or that is much more beneficial in terms of using the AI ML in health technology sector, right? So that is another sector which is very hugely impacted, I would say, because of the AI ML part, right? And when it comes to the long-term impact of AI ML in health technology sector, it is going to be like something like robotic surgery, robotic arms. Using the robotic arms, they can do doctors. It can be assistance to the doctors, right? So that is again another big impact when we can look at the long-term future of what is going to happen in the medical health sector, right? What is the impact of AI ML and Gen AI, right? And there are many other sectors. If I take the example of agriculture sector, right? So there is, if I talk about one case study, so there is one collaboration happening between the Baramati Sugarcane Production Institute and Oxford and the Microsoft, right? So in collaboration with these three big institutes, right, organizations, they are using the AI/ML for increase the production of the sugarcane. That can be beneficial for the sugarcane producer farmers, which can help them in terms of weather predictions and improving their yield of their sugar cane and much more. There are so many different ways that can be beneficial uh, for the sugar cane producers. I mean, that is the one small example when it comes to the agriculture part, right? So I mean, these are the different areas that the AI ML Gen AI is impacting on humanity, I would say. uh, but there are, I mean, as I said earlier as well, right? We need to implement rigorous some frameworks, some compliances, right, to hold that to secure the user data. That is the big concern, because usually if we implement these technologies at a particular region, let's say for example OpenAI. If you take an example of an OpenAI company, they build that tool in USA, but when it comes to the other parts of the world, there are different rules, different regulations, different geographies, right? They can, and there will be different frameworks when it comes to the securing the user data, right? So one company implements one build something in AI/ML space, but when it comes to the securing data, globally implementing some frameworks when it comes to securing user data, right? There are challenges. That's what I would like to put it, right? So there are challenges. So we need to thought through that. We need to come together about user security. That is the big concerns. Then the bias in the algorithms, right? Because of these models, right? These algorithms trained on the past data, there are biases involved in that, right? So it can impact negatively when it comes to the sensitive sectors, right? It could be law, it could be health, right? These are the sensitive sectors, I would say, where bias cannot should not be there. But because of the models trained on the past data, the bias is there. So that is again another big concern, I would say. It will not impact much on the other sectors. It could be e-commerce sector or other sectors, but it is when it comes to the health, law, automotive sectors, right? Self-driving cars, bias should not be there. It has to be monitored, consistently monitored. That is again another concern that we need to take care of. That is could be the, if we don't take care of that, that will be the negative impact of AI ML in those sectors. When it comes to the e-commerce sector, the short term, when we look at the e-commerce, Amazon, Flipkart, and other e-commerce companies, the recommendation part, right? The personal recommendation part. So that is again hyper personalization, I would say. That is a good sign that positive aspect of the AI/ML technology, right? It is suggesting products, services, content based on the user past history, whatever user interacted with those platforms, based on those interactions, right? These platforms suggesting that content, that products, and that service to that user. That is a good sign that that can save a lot of our time, right? Rather than we figuring out everything, it's coming to us, right? That is a good thing about the AI/ML part, right? It's going to happen in the future as well when it comes to the health technology. For example, based on the user's genomic data, genetic data, and its lifestyle and all those things, right? Based on all those inputs, all those data points, in the future, right? AI/ML can suggest what should be the maybe medicines or supplements for that particular user or that person, right? It can increase lifespan of that particular person. So that is again the positive impact that we can see in the future because of the AI/ML technology. So I mean, I mean, since last 4-5 years, we are working aggressively in this sector. We are also writing research-based blogs about the AI/ML technology. And it is not just the AI/ML technology. As I spoke about the impact in the agriculture sector, right? They are using the IoT-based sensors, right? So it's not going to AI/ML alone, but it can be integrated with other technology as well. It could be IoT, it could be quantum computing, it could be blockchain. So it's going to be integration of all these tech stack, I would say. And it can be beneficial in different industries and different sectors. For example, IoT plus AI/ML in agriculture sector, AI/ML plus blockchain in health technology sector. Why blockchain in health technology sector? Because it can secure the patient data in the blockchain, right? It could be decentralized, securing, so nobody can manipulate nothing can happen, right? That's what blockchain it means, right? In fundamental way, right? So AI/ML plus blockchain in health sector, AI/ML plus IoT in agriculture sector, AI/ML plus IoT in maybe drone sector, automotive sector, right? So these are the different sectors where we can integrate the AI/ML plus other technologies, which can create the much more positive impact in that particular use case, business use case, or particular industry, right? Then there are short-term and long-term impacts in manufacturing, supply chain, in those areas, right? Which can predict the when it comes to the manufacturing, it can predict what if there is any failure in the future for that particular machine or equipment, right, in the manufacturing sector. So again, that is the use case in the manufacturing sector. So we can there are different ways, different sectors and use cases where we can use AI/ML, but we need to be very careful about how we are going to implement that, and what are the frameworks to secure the user data that we need to be taken care of. That's what I would want to say. Also, we are also building a B2B, B2C software as a service platform where we are going to bridge the gap between the brands and their end consumers, where we are going to implement the Gen AI. Again, another big impact in the customer support service, right? Where the voice assistance is the big, I mean, the impacting or replacing, I would say, the
Sir,
customer support.
I'm sorry to hop in. You have 1 minute left. Please wrap up.
Sure, sir. Sure. Yeah, I mean, yeah, these are the short-term and the long-term impacts of the AI/ML in different sectors and different industries, right? So yeah.
Super. So I have a couple of thoughts. AI is not that new technology, even though if we talk about Gen AI, it's a buzzword now. AI is over 35 plus years old technology, which probably we have been using for last 26 plus years, being a partner with either as a software development partner with Intel or Microsoft, or earlier with Nokia, with Amazon. These things are happening, definitely. You are completely right. Really kudos for your.
Yes, but I think the machine has been, I think, started itself. I mean, machine is becoming more and more intelligent. I would say that it started learning by itself. It was, I mean,
That is happening. That is
previously it was.
happening. Yeah, that is happening for last around 12 plus years. And the quantum technology is a new buzzword, even though it is probably happening for last 5 plus years, which is probably needed much more attraction. Kudos to you regarding the IIT Mumbai guys. I used to mentor those startups, but then I'm sure that you are doing much more justice. Great achievement working on AI and ML works that you are doing. If you feel that anywhere that we can connect you, anywhere there you feel that you want to make some mark, you want some business, you want to scale up your business, let us know. We'll be more than happy to connect you. We're more than happy to help you, either that is in terms of technology, in terms of connectivity, in terms of government orders, in terms of making things happen together. So I'm not sure, maybe I don't know whether you missed the ambassador of Liberia. So I'm not sure how much you know about me as well. So we make smart cities. We have been creating games. We have been creating AI solutions. We have been making VR, AR solutions, jointly partnered with multiple different other companies, helped a couple of clients of ours to build their own metaverse. Completely coming from a tech and finance background, we have our own VC fund. In a humble note, I used to serve a global bank, which gives probably a little bit of loan to our government, to our RBI. So if you feel that anything that can be done, definitely yes, not a problem. With this note, probably I'll shift to our next speaker.
Yeah.
Sir,
Thank you so much,
Feel
Arijit,
free to
for
connect. Feel free to
giving
connect.
us a chance.
Yeah, feel free to connect. So World Leader Summit is more of a platform where you talk about a common cause wherein you can fit in, and maybe it's more of like giving first, getting next. So that's the policy that we always believe in. So you feel that anything that you want to give, for an example, as a service, it can be maybe as a software as a service, it can be maybe your network, we'll be more than happy. We are building a couple of countries jointly with few royal families coming together. It's a huge responsibility that we have. Building country is not that easy. Bringing investment is not that easy. With government, we very closely work with the government so that things can be done easily. There, if you feel that, in a very, very humble note, if we can be any of the support, any of the startups, we'll be more than happy. Not a problem. So I will
like to collaborate with.
Sure, sure. Sorry to cut you in between, because we are just running behind a little bit, 2 minutes, running behind the time. So I'll ask our next speaker, Dr. Qureshi, if you are there, if you can kindly turn on your. Yes, you are here. I can see.
Yes. Hello, good evening, everyone. I'm Dr. Shahina Qureshi, and I'm addressing from Indore. And it's a very good evening for me, because today I'm talking to all the delegates who around the world, and they all are speaking big things. I'm not that big person, but yes, as an entrepreneur educator, I'm involved with educating new students, and they all are, budding entrepreneurs. You can say age between 16, 17 years old people. So I am, trying to help them with all my knowledge, whatever knowledge I have, and I try to get knowledge with all the people, like-minded people like you. So yes, as an entrepreneur educator, not only entrepreneur educator, but we are involved in innovation team, and we are doing a lot of work for these students. And what happens when we start as an educator? Most of the time my student come, and around 15 to 17 startups, innovative startups we have done so far. So my students always came up with this question that I want to create a unicorn. And it's a very big word, unicorn. They want to create unicorn because somewhere they are watching Shark Tank India, they are watching any other sources, and they feel like they want to create unicorn. But I always try to make them feel that unicorn is not should not be your priority, because if you are starting any idea, or if you are doing something, then it must be purpose driven. because whatever you are trying, whatever you are doing, somewhere it is going to help the society. So you need to create some kind of impact in the society. Most of my students are, they are budding entrepreneurs. They are, just 16 or 17 years old teenagers. They always come up to me and they ask me, ma'am, I want to do this, I want to do this, but I always assign them with problem identification. So do not fall into the trap of big profit, but rather try to make some kind of social impact. So I'll be sharing one PPT with you, because what I'm going to share with you and with the students who are listening to me through different social media platforms. So an entrepreneur journey is not an easy thing, because when you are starting as an entrepreneur, then you need to look for purpose-driven entrepreneurship. You need to look for the foundation of success, essential skills which is required to become an entrepreneur. You need to look for the execution framework, not only with your ideas, but you have to come for the building resilience, innovation practices, and so on. So when it comes to entrepreneurs or purpose-driven entrepreneurship, there are some major problems that world is going to face. And that problem is just like climate change, water scarcity, food scarcity, or you can say online education, or healthcare access, financial access to many people. As Professor Mohammed Yunus has introduced the idea of microfinance through Grameen Bank. He's the one who has done a lot of work for the entrepreneurs, or for the small entrepreneurs, or this entrepreneur, those who have no collateral, and he worked for that particular idea, and that idea has changed the world. And just like that, there are so many companies, you can say they all are purpose driven. Like, I can't imagine my life without Google. Google is just like a breathing element for everyone, because you can't think of your life without Google. Because every now and then, if I want to share any messages to anyone, or if I want to communicate with my colleagues, then Gmail is the source. If I want to share my files, then workspace is there, right? So I need to connect with them through all this platform. And we can't even imagine our life without Amazon as well, because nowadays we are ordering everything online. And believe me, India is one of the finest and the beautiful country I have ever come across, because I have visited so many countries, and I realized that India, or Indian mind, is so beautiful, because these people are literally making changes not only for the top of the pyramid, but the bottom of the pyramid. They are working for the bottom of the pyramid. I mean, who come to your home and collect your parcel or exchange it for free? Just take an example of Misho. They are, doing amazing thing. They are, you just need to click a button, and they are coming to your home and taking your exchange, and they are giving you product without charging any money. And Blinkit, they are solving the problem of 15 minutes delivery. So I think these startups are changing the world. And for foreign country, when I was in Canada, and I realized that you have to literally ship your product. If you are ordering anything, you literally have to ship your product. You have to go to the post office, and then you send your product to the person who sold you. And then, it's a long process. And in India, everybody is coming to your home. So your purpose, your entrepreneurship, or the journey should be purpose driven. Must discover your goal, what you want to do, what your core purpose. It must be, self-reflecting. One of my student, they were working, they identified one problem, because I was taking one lecture related to design thinking. And through that lecture, he developed one idea. He wanted to solve the problem of mensuration pen. And you know what happened? He created one chocolate. And he was a man, he was a boy, a young boy who was thinking of his fellow students or fellow friends. So that fellow has come to me that, ma'am, I came up with this idea, and I want to create mensuration pain chocolate for my friend, because if they are feeling any kind of problem in their monthly cycle, so I want to solve that problem. So he came up with this idea, and we iterated that product 35 times, 40 times, and then we came up with the final result of that chocolate. And we registered that chocolate in that chocolate is patented now, and we have registered the idea with us. And one of my student is working on blue turmeric. So blue turmeric is it's not very famous, but it is very helpful in the for cancer disease. So he's, working on that particular idea. So your entrepreneurial journey should be purpose driven. If it is not purpose driven, there is no sense, because if your idea is not impacting lives of many people, then somewhere you are losing the game, right? So identifying real world problem is the challenge. You need to identify those things. Every now and then when my student come to me and ask, ma'am, how to look for the problem, then I tell them to look for sustainable development goals, because World Bank has already given, or everybody's talking about sustainable development. Why development goals? Why not to come up with the ideas that solves this problem? So identifying real world problem is the main challenge nowadays. But if you look closely, then it's not a big challenge, because one of my students is solving the problem of water scarcity. They are working on the water kit, and they have already developed that kit to check the desalination of water. So they are working on that. And not only you are fascinated by something and you are doing something, but my personal suggestion is to the for you, all the students who are listening to me, it's my personal suggestion to you. Your idea must resonate with your personal alignment. If it is not directly aligning with your goals, so it's just like a forceful marriage. Okay, so whenever you are doing something, then it must be aligning with your self goals. So long-term impact is must, and that is very required. When it comes to foundation of success, that what is the foundation of success? So yes, if you have a good team, if you have a validated idea, if you have a good scalable model, and if you have a strong team, then no one can beat you in that sense. Okay, because it is very important to have good team members, because not every time entrepreneurship gives you your ideas gives you motivation. Sometimes there are people who gives you motivation and motivate you to work on that goal. So it is very essential and necessary, because if you are working, then you must have like-minded people with you. Your co-founder is very essential, because not a successful startup is done by any single person. It's a combination of lots of people, and they are doing something for the people or the society, right? So a strong team is a very big achievement in itself if you have that. Now, what essential qualities you require, what essential skills you need to develop. We are living in the age of information, where everything is circulated so freely, and it is very easy to capture anything. But I suggest you to go for some kind of courses or some certification courses. So it will give you some essential skills. And what skills you need to focus on? You need to focus on strategic thinking, financial management, effective leadership, and good communication. Because if you have good communication, you can easily seal your deal, or you can market your product. If you have a good effective leadership, you can motivate the people around you. If you have a good financial management skill, no one can beat you, and you can easily understand your finances, your books. You can read your books, or you can identify, you can project your capital. You can do a lot of things which is required to be an entrepreneur. And strategic thinking is very important because it gives you a kind of vision that is required for an entrepreneur. Okay. So, when it comes to execution framework, so execution framework is just like you have to create a minimum viable product. Just start. Don't think that what will happen to my product, because I always suggest to do pilot with your product. So whenever you are starting or you're doing something great, just start. Your time is right now. You have to start right now, and you have to plan smartly for achieving your goals. Because if you are not starting, if your idea is your idea, then idea is worthless unless you do something with that idea. Most of the time it happens that people do not want to share their ideas because they feel that my ideas will be stolen by someone else. No, it is not like that, because your idea is your idea. If you are not doing anything about it, then it has no meaning. So minimum viable product, test your concept, talk to your friends, take their suggestions, and scale your product, build a team, and adapt and grow. Fail and grow. I always suggest fail and grow, because it is going to give you good insights about your product, and it's a real insight into it. Okay. And lastly, I would like to say that what is more important is your mental strength and having a financial buffer and support system, which is required. when you are creating a good team of support system, it must have your mentors, a strong network. You must have offer invaluable. There must be some people who offer you valuable advice. You must have everything with you, because this support system is going to help you a lot in your entrepreneurial journey. Okay, so this is what I wanted to tell all the fellow colleagues, and the real problem that I feel that which is required to be solved in the world. So there are few world problems I'm going to tell you. The first problem is climate change. The second problem is water scarcity. The third problem is food scarcity. Fourth problem is healthcare access. Fifth problem is education access and the poverty. If you are solving any of this problem, believe me, you have a very big business to be solved and resolved. So if you want to connect with me, I have my LinkedIn account in the name of Dr. Shahina Qureshi. You can connect with me because we are already doing a lot of work from ideas to conversion into entrepreneurship. And yes, I'm not talking big, but yes, I am talking something which is relatable to you and which is required for you, because I believe the people who are listening to me, they are young entrepreneurs and they want to do something great in their lives. Arijit, I hope I have addressed the audience correctly.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Yes.
Fortunately, people who comes in World Leaders Summit, they don't only talk big, they are actually doing big. We had the presidential candidate starting the summit for today. Yesterday, we had the chancellor who holds the Noida Film City. We
Okay.
have the ministers, we had the diplomats, we had the politicians who are the rule makers. So it's basically an ecosystem where people come, whether it is small or big, we don't care. We even take the startups to make an impact.
Yeah.
So people who spoke with their respect, I will probably utter a word that they are not speaking big. They are actually doing big. Even you are also doing big. So we are all doing big.
Yes.
Yeah. So coming back to your speech, I have only one question from the social media. I have a lot of comments though. First comment probably I will have. Well, the people who are micro entrepreneurs, they are practically, as per my understanding goes, they are maybe in India we define them as an entrepreneur. They are mainly doing their job work. If you go to the MSME sector, if you look at the villages, they are doing basically the third party job. So I don't know whether that will be innovative entrepreneurship until unless you connect entrepreneurship with innovation. It's very difficult to call entrepreneur as an entrepreneur. I've got one comment, one question, but I'll ask you to kindly stay back with us because we have another speaker. Due to time,
Yes.
I'll skip this question. Please stay back. There are two questions from social media.
Yes.
Shakshar Duggal, I'm sure that you are here with us. I can see that you turned on your video. Shakshar is a very near to my heart. I'm friend of his father, Dr. Pawan Duggal. Not only that, it's an interesting age that I have. I'm in my 40s, and Shakshar can just call me as Arijit, or sometimes he says that, shall I call you uncle or shall I call you sir? Well, it's Arijit for you always. Shakshar is a great lawyer. Not only that, he's a techie. So I'll put the microphone and the video to him instead of me speaking. I think I should give the platform to the young chap, Shakshar. All yours. And after that, we will have Sherry coming all the way from US. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much, and greetings everyone around the globe. Well, I have a problem. I have a serious problem, which is that, yes, no doubt, there were different dignitaries, different speakers who were talking about different subjects, and no doubt, they were real time problems which we need to solve today. But somewhere I feel when we are here at this World Leaders Summit, it's all about leadership, right? Leaders coming from different parts of the world, different ambits, different backgrounds. But yes, the goal is one, which is to create an impact to empower others. If we look at the field of AI and technology, because I belong to that space, being a lawyer in the High Court, I deal with different cases with respect to the cyberspace. But there is this one common trend that I've been seeing every day, and that is my huge problem, which is that no doubt technology is rising. We are coming up with new models every single day. I mean, if you look at that, it's like a race, right? Sometimes when OpenAI comes up with a new model, suddenly you see within a couple of days, Microsoft comes up with another model, and some other big tech companies are also in this huge race. So one thing is for sure, that money is flowing here, and that the doubt that is AI gimmicky or not, that is resolved. It's definitely here to stay. It's here to stay. But the question is, where are our due diligences? Where are our respective breaks, if I can term that? The godfather of AI, Mr. Geoffrey Hinton, he's from the last year, he's been just saying one thing, that he's pretty much scared. Why? Because he feels that we are developing AI at such a rapid pace, but we have no idea where is it leading us. Will it overpower us in the near time? No one knows. But definitely, with this kind of speed and lack of defenses in hand, surely it's not a rosy picture out there, right? There are different misuses of artificial intelligence that will be born, and it's nothing new. In today's times, we have seen different crimes being born thanks to AI. Whether you talk about deepfakes or voice clonings, these two villains have created a havoc throughout the world. This year, we saw different elections happening throughout the world, and there we saw that different deepfakes were made of different politicians just to defame them and to actually pollute the minds of respective voters and differ their voters' perception as well. These were two, but if I have to specifically talk about India, we have gone a step ahead. Cyber criminals in India are indulging in this famous cybercrime these days called the digital arrest. In simple terms, digital arrest uses AI as well as facets of cyber psychology to manipulate the respective victim and take out huge amounts of money. On an average, a digital arrest case involves between 20 to 25 lakhs. Just imagine one case just involving 20 to 25 lakhs. And guess what? Whether it's a huge business tycoon or a teenager or anyone in the world, they are becoming victims of digital arrest. Starting from India, now this crime of digital arrest is now going throughout the world. Different countries are reporting such kind of crimes. But the fact of the matter is, again, misuses of AI have started to come in place. And yet again, I don't think that we are ready. Mr. Elon Musk also says the same thing. He says that creation of AI at such a rapid pace is like human suicide. We have no idea when would AI empower us, and beyond that, it can actually control us in ways we can never ever imagine. So this was my problem, that yes, we are talking about different facets, different issues, but we are not talking about the real problem as leaders. How are we able to identify these issues, and how are we going to combat these respective issues that are being born with respect to AI? And guess what? If someone says that I'm not from the technical background, I'm sorry to say, but today AI is creating an impact in every single space on the planet. You just name it. AI is everywhere, and therefore, every leader, irrespective of their position, irrespective of their organizations, they have to take a stand. They have to take a stand, and they have to think in this direction, that how we can portray our respective leadership skills in order to have defenses to protect our respective users as well as everyone against this futuristic technology called artificial intelligence. Now, this was the problem, but what is the solution? Well, yes, sometimes we depend upon the government, sometimes we depend upon the lawmakers, a lot of times we depend upon the companies as well. That, let's say, for example, if OpenAI is behind ChatGPT, then they will come up with certain defenses. But unfortunately, no one is coming here to save you. It's you. It's upon you that you will actually be able to create defenses in regards to these problems. Well, in my humble experience, I've just identified a couple of problems, but one single framework I feel can actually help every student, every teacher, every entrepreneur, every organization, or every state in the world. I call this framework as CAP framework. Now, it's not the CAP cap which we wear, it's KAP cap, which stands for three respective words: knowledgeable, adaptability, and predictability. I feel if every individual on the planet can actually make use of these three pillars, then definitely, if not anything, we will be able to secure ourselves in the near future as well. Coming to number one, which is knowledge. Everyone knows that, yes, knowledge is never enough. We have to be updated every single day. But when we talk about knowledge, I specifically feel knowledge about the general surroundings and developments that are taking place with respect to AI and your field. For example, if you are in a job, then you should at least know the basic trends, what kind of impact AI is creating in your respective sector. Because only two things can happen. Number one is either it will replace you, or number two is you will actually study about it, you'll know the trend, and you'll be prepared to pivot when the AI comes up with a new opportunity. That's one. Number two is predictability. Now, when you have knowledge, I'm not saying that you'll become an astrologer and you'll be able to predict future, but more importantly, you'll be able to know different trends that are there, or at least you'll be able to come up with some informed hypothesis. All these big companies that you see today, you just name it, whether it's Facebook or I talk about it, India, Zomato, Swiggy, whatnot. Those companies which you feel are huge revelations and have created significant breakthrough were simply because one individual was able to detect patterns and was able to detect a certain hypothesis with which he came forward. That's why he was able to predict that yes, this is the demand, and that's where we'll be able to come up with certain solutions as well. That was predictability. Last but not the least is adaptability. Adaptability, as we all know, human beings, we hate adapting, right? We we don't want change, but unfortunately the times are coming up where change is actually the only constant, and it's not about changing yearly but changing almost every day, because on every single day different kinds of developments are happening throughout the globe in every industry. It has become an interconnected world, but more importantly, knowing about how technology is impacting your space has become extremely pivotal. Therefore, adapting is the only option that we have, and adapting is not about skill sets, it's more about mindset at the first place. If you have this mindset that yes, you have to adapt, and there are chances that okay, whatever skills that you have today might be redundant in the near future, so the constant process of learning unlearning will be there, then I think definitely we are in a good space for the near future. In all, yes, there are different problems, different solutions to it as well. This CAP framework can definitely help you in the near time, but unfortunately there are no guarantees. So this CAP framework will also have to adapt itself with respect to different problems that are coming up in the near future. But no doubt, every leader in the world today should have this focus as to how they can protect themselves and, more importantly, their respective organizations or their respective nation states with respect to the misuse of artificial intelligence. Thank you so much.
Excellent, thank you. One quick question. If we are talking about deepfake, of course, there are several cases that is happening in various parts of the world. What do you feel India is ready legally with few bit of laws wherein maybe we can, I would say we can prevent before the crime happens, or what's your take?
Unfortunately, India is not prepared at the moment, and it's not just India. There are a couple of countries who are, for example, China, US, and now European Union, who have come up with their own laws with respect to AI, but specifically deepfake has not been, I think that deepfake has not been given total justice to it, specifically when we know that deepfake is creating a huge problem. Therefore, all the respective dignitaries as well as the respective organizations should pay heed to deepfakes, because sooner or later, deepfakes are becoming a huge menace throughout the globe.
Super. Thank you so much for the answer. And this is the time I should move to our next speaker. Shari, I'm sure that you are waiting for quite a long number of time and you enjoyed the entire summit. Well, we started the summit with Canada. I'll give you all of you a little bit of interesting aspect what happened today. We started with Canada. We hopped into Liberia. We started with Canada with a very interesting AI startup, I would say evangelist as well as a startup who are doing very good work implementing AI works. Started with AI. We went to a West African country wherein they are looking for handshaking with all the change makers and movers and shakers of various parts of the world. Ambassador himself, he came. He's an ex-presidential candidate, hopefully the next leader of the country. Then we moved to probably a couple of other places like South Korea. We had pleasure of listening to Nora. She's amazing with Metaverse. Eventually, we had various different other countries who came from Europe, from Africa, South Africa, eventually in India. And now we are having another amazing lady coming from exactly US. And Sherry, over to you. The microphone is yours, podium is yours. Thank you so much. Please enlighten us with your knowledge and wisdom.
Right, absolutely. Thank you. First of all, thank you for inviting me to speak today. I've been listening to the other speakers, and it's kind of changed what I was going to talk about today because they're actually very insightful, very inspiring individuals. And you know, I was going to talk about raising the stakes and innovation in online casinos and how AI and blockchain is going to change that for the era of the Fortnite generation, right? But I actually think that I should talk more about empowering women and empowering entrepreneurs to do things in which, you know, I've been very successful in doing in my career. So hold on a second. Somebody just asked me something here. Sorry. Um, I am a veteran in the iGaming space and in technology. I have been around in the early days of AI and blockchain. I'm an OG to those who know what that means. And you know, I've been very fortunate in my career to have worked on incredible technologies early on. You know, early in the days where, you know, a lot of people don't remember a day without the internet. I remember days without the internet, days without mobile phones. I remember those days. I'm dating myself, but I'm bringing. There's a point here, right? We've seen the inflection point of those technologies coming into our lives and how they have changed business, how they've changed entrepreneurship, how they've changed, you know, our everyday lives. And I think what I want to talk about now is in Dr. Crochet, I hopefully pronounced that right, inspired me to talk to the entrepreneurs who may be listening to this event. And again, thank you for inviting me. This is an exciting time, and I look back at how when the internet first started, how I could have done things differently. This is an opportunity for all of those entrepreneurs to think differently, as a take from Steve Jobs. I think he said that. You have tools that I didn't have. I wrote those tools. I built those tools. And you have tools now that allow you to come up with ideas and innovate on them. What I find is different is that everybody has ideas, everybody, and people probably have the same idea as you. It's about execution. Those who win are the ones that take an idea and do something with it and bring it to market, not just, you know, I have an idea, because probably somebody has that idea also. The winners make things happen. They spend the weekends, they spend the evenings, they spend the time on making the products. I built the first iPhone game, and I built it because I was like, hey, there's this new thing that's coming out. You know, how do we get on that? I didn't even have a phone in my hand. I just said, somebody's going to have a phone. Let's just build the game and we'll get somebody to play it. And of course, it all worked out and it was a huge success for me. Built over 125 mobile games in my career. But the point is that you have to take that step and move forward and take that idea and make it happen. There are educational opportunities out there. There's never so much content on the media channels, YouTube and other various platforms where you can learn anything. And with the fear of AI taking over jobs, you can either adapt and bring AI in as a tool and be an AI innovator because you saw the future and saw that you're going to need to adapt. As the previous speaker spoke about, as far as, you know, the problems we're going to see with AI and the regulations, be the change makers there. Be the ones that come up with the products that help people protect themselves from AI deepfakes and scams. Or be like myself, I'm in the iGaming space. I started Lucky Bit Casino because I saw a problem with the current casinos. In the decades of being in the iGaming space, they're all the same games. In all that time, I've never seen change. Maybe graphics, more sounds, all of that, but nobody's ever innovated on online casino games, and I've done that. But in addition to that, using AI to help be in the forefront of responsible gambling, to help people to be able to recognize and identify their problem gambling. So using that technology to help innovate in that space. So I think that it's really key that those tools that are available to us, that we take full advantage. Lucky Bit Casino is built from the ground up with AI and blockchain as part of that, as part of our platform. Blockchain allows us to be able to give back to the community, so we're able to have verifiable transactions and allow us to be able to give back to the community. And these are the tools that I did not have when I started my first company, or my second company, or my third company, right? Which I've been very successful in being able to turn into great opportunities for me. And so for women, we're making strides as female founders and business owners, and we have more opportunities in front of us. We're speaking, we are, making products and having success. We're fundraising, and we'll still have challenges, but we're making that happen. And so, to all the other speakers that have spoken before and talked about how we empower entrepreneurs in the next generation, I thank them for that, for their speaking, because that's, something I'm extremely passionate about. Part of my initiative with Lucky Bit Casino is to take that money and create funds to help entrepreneurs and giving back from that, because I truly believe I'm still an entrepreneur, but I remember the early days of not knowing what to do, how to do it, but just, I taught myself to code because nobody was teaching it in school. So you just do what you have to do, and just remember that there is a support system out there. Find your tribe, and go to the networking events, go to events like this, which are extremely important to meet key people and to hear what they have to say, and just continue to believe and make it happen. That's one of the big differences in there, in great products. I have 7 minutes left, so I think I'm going to talk a little bit about, so I've had a lot of coffee because it's 8 o'clock in the morning here in the United States. I just came back from Dubai 3 weeks ago, and then just got in last night from Las Vegas, where I was traveling to Tokenized Summit. So Lucky Bit, what we're doing is we're looking at the next generation of players. We have a great opportunity to address the younger generations that are going to be coming in and having legal age limits to be able to play within the casinos. And so we saw the opportunity there to address the games that are available currently, and then building off of that and creating new games that the era of Fortnite are looking for. So we're forward thinking in that solving a problem is critical to those players. But again, building that off of a core foundation of blockchain and AI as a core infrastructure and foundation. What's key for us is that we want to give back, as I mentioned earlier, want to give back to the community. So we have a staking mechanism that we provide within our casino, and also our responsible gambling system that we integrate within our platform. We're constantly talking to players, this era of Fortnite, we're constantly talking to players. I think that's another thing that, as an entrepreneur, you should know your customer, talk to them, show them prototypes, get their feedback, and don't be afraid to get negative feedback if that's the case, right? So that you can learn and improve your product and get it out there early and iterate. I've done enough companies where don't just build it and then they will come. Build it and continue to refine it so that people find value in what you are building. And so for our platform, Lucky Bit Casino, it's important for us to have the players have true entertainment and enjoyment. That, you know, they're spending their time on our product. We want to make sure that it is something that they can really enjoy and tell their friends about and tell their family about and come back. So that's another piece of advice that I would give to entrepreneurs that are trying to build a great product. It's interesting, we talk about for good and from the previous speakers, and I absolutely positively agree with that. Just because I'm in the online gaming space doesn't mean that I don't have a for good mentality. I absolutely do, and that's why, you know, I mentor and I do speaking engagements on that fact. I'm open to talking to anyone that's come to this event and wants to be mentored. Happy to put my name out there for mentorship, specifically to women. Lucky Bit Casino will be holding hackathons at upcoming events for game ideas that may apply to our space. And again, that allows us to get feedback from players, from creative individuals, even technical individuals. And so keep an eye out on this space for those types of opportunities to be able to interface with our gaming platform. I also travel the world. Like I said, I just came back from Dubai and I meet great people. I think that's where we met. And Ajit, that's where we met. And I think that, you know, you continue to meet great people and it'll, you know, really open up opportunities, open up just really great people that are making changes in the world, this conference being one of them. So, yeah, that's what it kind of changed what I was going to talk about today, but I like the fact that the direction went in the direction that it did because you know, we need to empower the world to do great things. And to quote Albert Gorgi, I think is how you pronounce his last name, discovery is seeing what everybody else has seen and thinking what nobody else has thought. That is powerful. So I empower everyone to get out there and make a difference and make something great. Thank you.
Sherry, thank you. Probably we started in the same era. I'm not sure the exact year that you have started. Probably your story and my story is kind of similar, even though you are into the betting online casino space. We are more of like the proper gaming space, which is either on MMORPG, whether it is racing, whether it is FPS or TPS. Well, there is a misconception. Before I hop into maybe Q&A, we have a few bit of interesting inputs to give. My story was completely different, probably like you. Even in India, there was no scope in 1998 when I'm talking about game development. I was 17 then. There was no teacher, there was no system, there was no computers, internet used to be a luxury, Google was not there. And of course, that time when somebody is talking about, I'll be creating a gaming company without money, completely bootstrapped, people used to laugh at me. So nowadays, when Dr. Shaina, she's saying that she's encouraging students to become entrepreneurs, she's asking that you should start startups. There is a concept. I'll not go back to my story, but then I'll be probably giving few bit of inputs from the gaming world, because it's been 26 plus years. We have been creating games, VR, AR, XR, multiple different smart city solutions as a tech company. That's our tech part. Second, we run an accelerator, we run a fund, we have mentoring sessions. Even within World Leader Summit, every month, we do mentoring sessions. So I've put the link in the comment chat box. If anyone of you want to become a mentor, whether it is women, whether it is men lead, feel free to come. We have 101 countries, people joining almost every month, looking for mentoring, looking for connecting. I'm doing it out of good karma. We don't charge startups if they are looking for connecting with a mentor. There is no fees. Neither from the mentor's perspective, we expect that they'll be charging the startups. We don't take any money in between. But if it is SME, if it is scale-up business, of course, there is a business acceleration that we do dedicated to the mentors as well as our charges. For the world, there are multiple number of game development companies who have made significant impact in the startup arena as well as in entrepreneurial arena. If you know the game called Angry Birds, the guy who started the company called Peter, he's also founder of Slush in Finland, right? If you look at me, I started that accelerator just because nobody helped me so that others can get the help. So I can go on with multiple examples like this. I've got her. I mean, she's from very different part of the world, but then when she's coming, she said, Arijit, I'll be speaking, and I'll be speaking from heart. And she's actually speaking from heart. And openly, she's saying that I'm ready to mentor. It's not that easy to say that I'm going to dedicate my time and my money, because time is money, for the community. Well, my story started is probably in 2007 when somebody asked me that, Arijit, you have been running your company for around 9+ years. Why don't you guide others? I felt the need. I never charge any money. I went to villages. I went to various different countries. I met various different entrepreneurs, business people, job workers, like people who are not at all entrepreneurs, but maybe working in a remote village, don't have proper education. It's not easy to guide them. It's not easy to mentor them. You know, there is no show, there is no TV, there is no glory, there is no charisma, but then you are working thankless job, you know. So I give kudos to Dr. Shaina, a couple of others. In fact, Nora, I know Nora gives a lot of hand holding to the local community. So probably it is the time that we should come together, shake our hands. I hear Mercia, I hear earlier speakers. We had ministers, we had ambassadors. They're also saying that let's make it happen together. And it is happening. It's not that it's only talk, right? So open invitation to all of you. WLS will have the third day, which is tomorrow. We have been running this for last 5+ years. 2019 we started. For information, let me give you how you can create a proper company. There is something called right timing and right team. And there is a difference between your team and your employee. Employees are those people who will be working for money in your company. They will have a salary hike, maybe something extra, they will leave you. But team members are building the company with you. They are not looking for only money. They are looking for a kind of passion. Maybe they are in the same kind of mindset in your company. So you have to have a team, not only a group of employees, right? If you are building a company. And then if you're looking for raising capital, it comes as a byproduct. Funding is not the point of celebration. And I differ. I'm so sorry about this statement of mine. Unicorn as a concept is failing, at least in India. If you look at the structure, it's valuation after valuation. Doesn't make any sense. At the end of the day, you don't have any kind of profit and you're saying that I'm bankrupt. So all your investors' money got in drained, and there are other consequences. I really don't want to go deep into that. But then there is a concept of making phoenix in the world, which is self-sustaining. So if you are doing that, kudos to you. And Sherry, open invitation. I mean, most welcome to join our Women League. We have a council in our forum. It's not only the summit. We have a full-fledged running council. It's a chamber kind of structure that we have. We call it as a forum. So where you feel that if you want to add value to any woman, or woman empowerment, woman entrepreneurship, we'll be glad and honored to have you. Of course, all the other great women who spoke in the conference, feel free to come and join. I'll pick up one question or maybe two questions from social media. There is a comment for Dr. Qureshi. If you are there, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Super. A question came from social media. Whatever, probably it was during your speech, so I'll try to make it simple.
Okay.
Okay, so whatever they are doing, probably you are taking some example of delivery platform, the pickup and delivery, or giving it's basically common everywhere. So it's not a big thing that people are giving delivery to your home. It is there in UAE, it is there in Asia, it is in Europe. So an open invitation, if you are not looking for only funding, but rather impact, our incubation center is more than happy to join hands. We are already partnered with a few bit of other universities. That's a comment came from social media. If you want to address that, please do. And after that, maybe I can connect both of you ladies. She's a lady called Renita commenting in social media.
Okay, thank you so much, Renita, for asking this question because when you talk about creating impact, that was one of the example I have given because that is the problem I have faced in Canada. And it was personal problem because when I ordered something online and I got the product in my hand and I wanted to return that product to the person who sold it to me. So I faced this particular problem that I had to go to the post office to send the product to this person who is selling to me. So yes, that was the personal problem I shared with you. But yes, you have said it right that Phoenix is important. It is not like creating unicorn. It is not like creating any kind of thing. But it is not like thinking big, but it's starting simple. If you are starting simple with the basic ideas and the root cause or the problem people are facing, then definitely you are creating a big impact in the lives of the people. As I quoted in my session, Professor Mohammed Yunus, he thought about the people, the poverty, microfinance, micro saving, micro insurance. So he thought about that particular problem. So he was thinking about the bottom of the pyramid. And still, India is living in three phases: India 1, India 2, India 3. If we talk about India 1, it is comparative to Mexico. If we talk about India 2, then it is like Indonesia or Singapore. Or if we talk about India 3, then it is Sub-Saharan Africa. So in India only, we are seeing three kind of landscapes, right? So you need to understand that where your problem lies, what problem you want to solve. Are you working for masses or are you working for classes? You need to identify that thing, right? And even I want to show one product of my student. I kept it with me just to show you. This person has created ecotionary. Ecotionary is nothing but he created eco-friendly stationery for the people. And there is one pencil and some notebooks. If you throw it out, if you throw the garbage of this pencil or the notebook in the environment, it will be, grow into beautiful seeds or beautiful plants. So, that person, my student has created this project, and
Super.
I'm personally doing a lot of work for the student. As I told you earlier, I'm working with 16 to 17 years old people. They all are into their first years, or they are directly from school. They are coming to college, and they are so innovative in their approach. They are very innovative people, because I always tell them, because your mind has not been used earlier. So yes, now you are trying to use your mind at the right place. So mentor plays that important role. And I agree with Sherry that you said that a good mentor or support system is required, because they don't need anything. If you support their idea, if you are there, you are doing nothing. If you are there, that shadow is enough in itself. They'll grow and bloom. I don't think that whenever I task my student with any assignment, they always come up with amazing ideas. I never did anything, but they did themselves. I told them to come with improvised solution. That's it. I tell them to go for iterative solution, iterate the product. And I have given the example of that chocolate. So we iterated that chocolate. After 35 to 40 iteration, we came to the final solution, and we filed for the patent. That was not an easy journey for us, but we created a chocolate. We tasted on women, and the women were tasting those chocolates. They were saying that flavor is good. It is not, and even, we realized one thing, that our customer was not only women, but men as well, because it was not only solving the menstruation problem, but also stomach pain. So we realized that thing during our journey. So
Super.
yes,
So is the patent I mean, is it
yes,
like, is it
it is.
like from the university or is it from the startup?
It is from the university. It is from the university in the name of the students. So we are not taking anything, but we initially funded them for their patent,
Super,
because
super.
they are the student with the ideas. They had no money. So we supported them.
So if I can help probably in any way, either on mentoring, either on probably nurturing their idea,
Yes.
will be more than happy. So there are other startups who are actually doing those kind of product that you have shown. There is a different market if we look
Mhm.
at those kind of pencils or notebooks, or probably a byproduct which has got a seed inside. So there is a
Mhm.
shelf life of that seed. usually stays for 3 months. After that, it is very difficult to revamp that seed. So there are other concepts. If it is design patent that you have done for the chocolate, that's different. But if it is, I'm not sure what kind of patent that you have applied. And just a quick input from the VC perspective, if you are applying the patent from the university perspective and university holds maybe the maximum chunk of the equity, it's very difficult for a VC fund to come and then buy the equity from the university and then fund the startup. But as because you are working with 16, 17 years old kids, there are beautiful idea stage competition that usually happens. If you want, we can be more than happy to connect you with those kind of hackathons. I have been chief guest in several different those hackathons. It's really beautiful. It's global. People come, they stay. Even I stayed for 3 continuous nights awake, helping them, guiding them. And you are right. If you are there as a mentor, like people like Sherry, Nora, all of you, like the lady from Oman who spoke, she raised capital for her earlier venture with her husband. Now she is into her next venture, right? So these kind of people are much needed. I run approximate 17 different business, but I really don't want to promote myself in World Leaders Summit. This is basically a platform for others to promote. Anywhere that you feel that we can be helpful for your student, for your university, building a proper structure. It is not there in India. I'm sorry. I mean, I sit in IITs and IIMs. I have been to, I mean, almost all the known universities, premium ones in India. Outside of India, I have been to Oman, Dubai, Europe, and of course, few bit of parts of Africa. I become a part of global acceleration programs. Unfortunately, what India lack is a proper market connect program.
Right.
It's not only the guidance. It needs a proper market program, probably for all the accelerators, all the incubators that is there. The main challenge that we have is probably sorry, I mean, don't take me otherwise, please. I mean, please. We have more mentors than more execution guys in India.
Right.
We can probably address that issue. And if you feel that we can shake hands, more than happy. I love your energy, your concepts, your structures. So think of it as maybe the layers. Like we have a layer which is diplomats, ministers, vice presidents. In the past, we hosted that in Ghana. The vice president came and others. And also we have another layer, which is more of like startups, SMEs, MSMEs, common people. And if you ask me, and I can see the vibration of Sherry because I met her in Dubai, like probably both of us, we traveled half of the world as I know her, right? I travel rigorously. She's doing the same. And I'm taking her example because I know her. There is no other reason. I'm taking example of Nora because I know her. I met her in person, right? So all of us have got amazing different vibration. So if you ask me, Arijit, can you sit probably in near River Ganges in front of a couple of people who are taxi drivers? Can you talk to them? I'll say yes, I do that. Almost every month I do that. Do you travel in local transport in India? Maybe in metros, maybe in auto? Yes, I do that. Do you travel in business class in flights? Yes, I do that. Do you travel normal class in flights or in railways? Yes, I do that. Why I do that? Because I really want to understand common people and their problem. I cannot expect that I'll be sitting in an AC room and I will understand problem of a common person. If I don't mix with school students, I will never understand them. They have a huge access to information. You are taking example of a search engine. If you go to South Korea, you will have nav map as your indicator. You can't use Google Map. If you go to China, they have their own mapping system. There are countries where they have built their own system. There are reasons. There are reasons which is coming on GDPR rules. There are country laws, politics. But then if you really want to implement that in a startup, it needs probably for one startup, it needs minimum 3 to 4 different mentors coming with specializations, right? So feel free to ask. We'll be more than happy. There's no reason that we'll not help. We're always there. And probably we can have another session specifically with your startups, with your students. We have a program called Leadership Program. And we have another program which is Startup Pitch Program in World Leaders Summit. It happens every month. So if you want to bring your students as a pitching, There will be jury members. Usually we have dedicated 5 jury members. They listen to the startups, they give their feedback. If anything goes fine, they usually commit something, soft commitment, then everything goes between the startup and the investors. We don't come in between anywhere so that they can do their own things. So feel free. We'll start once again tomorrow, World Leaders Summit happening in online November 1st to 5th. 1st to 3rd is the speaking session. 4th to 5th is dedicated startup pitching session that happens. There is no speaking, there is no panel discussion. So feel free to join us. After that, in December, we'll have physical meetup. Next year, in January, we'll have another session which is coming up. Stay tuned. Keep watching our social media for more information. Thank you so much for joining. Thank you so much for sharing everything. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye.